Testing to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much.
Is the court reporter ready? Miss Samard Pacheco, you ready?
I'm ready.
Good afternoon. We're now on the record. It is 1 p.m. on Wednesday, September 4th, 2024. This is an evidentiary hearing in proceeding number 24AL-0049G, Public Service Company of Colorado's Phase 1 gas rate case. I'm Eric Blank, the chair of the commission. Can my colleagues introduce themselves for the record, starting with Commissioner Plant?
Tom Plant, Commissioner.
Commissioner Gilman.
Good afternoon, this is Commissioner Megan Gilman.
Thank you. With that, let's start with the entries of appearance of the party, starting with public service.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. My name is Tana Smart Pacheco. I am counsel for Public Service Company of Colorado. And with me today are Val Herring and Liz Brahma from the Taft Law Firm.
Thank you, trial staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Katie McLaughlin, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of staff of the Public Utilities Commission. With me today are my co-counsels, Assistant Attorneys General Josh Horman and Justin Cox.
Welcome, Mr. Bunker, UCA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Senior Assistant Attorney General Gregory Bunker on behalf of the Utility Consumer Advocate, and I'm also introducing the appearances of Senior Assistant Attorney General Michelle Singer Nelson and Assistant Attorney General Kate Crampton.
Welcome, welcome. Atmos Energy.
Good afternoon. This is John Sherry with Holland and Hart, appearing on behalf of Atmos Energy Corporation.
Welcome, CNG.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Mark Davidson with the law firm Fairfield and Woods, appearing on behalf of Colorado Natural Gas and the City of Pueblo.
Welcome. Climax Molybdenum, Mr. Fagno.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I think my camera keeps going off. There it is. Richard Delfano on behalf of Climax Molybdenum Company.
Welcome. City, I guess Mr. Davidson already did the City of Pueblo, Tiger Natural Gas. Oh, you're muted, Ms. Caprita.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Leah Caprita from Holland and Knight, appearing on behalf of Tiger Natural Gas.
Welcome. Wood River Energy.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Brandon Dittman of the law firm Wilson Williams Fellman Dittman, appearing on behalf of Wood River Energy.
Welcome. And finally, Commission Counsel.
I'm Assistant Attorney General Wendy Rosati for Commission Counsel, and I'll be joined during this hearing by Senior Assistant Attorney General Ruth Harper and Assistant Attorney General Mitchell DeCenzo.
Welcome. Did I miss anybody? Moving on to electronic process, we're going to conduct this hearing using electronic exhibits. A spreadsheet marked as Hearing Exhibit 1000 lists the latest versions of the pre-filed testimony and attachments. With that, any objection to the admission of Hearing Exhibit 1000, the spreadsheet listing all of the exhibits, not getting to the exhibits quite yet? Ms. Samard Pacheco?
No objection from the company.
Anyone else? Hearing none, Hearing Exhibit 1000 is submitted. Is there a stipulation among the parties admitting all the items listed on Hearing Exhibit 1000, or any objection to admitting all those exhibits? Ms. Samard Pacheco.
Sorry to talk over you, Chair.
No worries.
We did confer with all of the parties, and everybody seemed to be okay with all the exhibits on Hearing Exhibit 1000, so I believe it is stipulated.
Anybody think differently? all the pre-filed exhibits listed on a hearing exhibit 1000 are so admitted. I think we have several witnesses who are not scheduled to have any cross-examination who I'd like to excuse if possible. Commissioner Plant, Commissioner Gilman, any questions for company witness Martz?
None for me.
Commissioner Gilman?
None for me.
Mr. Martz is excused, as I'm told. Commission counsel doesn't have questions for him either, and neither do I. Questions for Mr. Goodenough? Commissioner Plant?
No.
Commissioner Gilman? You sounded very uncertain, Commissioner Plant.
I do not. Just to foreshadow, I'm aware of which public service witnesses I'm ready to let go, but past public service, I'm not ready to commit.
All right. Commissioner Plant, Mr. Shrub?
No.
Commissioner Gilman?
Nothing.
Mr. Shrub is excused. Mr. Dietenberger, Commissioner Plant?
Nope.
Commissioner Gilman?
No.
Mr. Dietenberger is excused. Ms. Lovely, Commissioner Plant?
No.
Commissioner Gilman?
No.
All right, those 5 company witnesses are excused. Ms. Ramos, Commissioner Plant?
No.
Commissioner Gilman?
I just haven't gotten to the point. I'd be happy to confirm like tomorrow morning.
All right.
For staff and other witnesses. I had just gotten through all of the public service witnesses to be sure they could be excused.
I understand. So we'll take up witness excusals for staff UCA and Pueblo first thing tomorrow. Have any of the parties decided to waive their scheduled cross? Ms. McLaughlin?
Chair, not necessarily waiving, but we would request to reallocate some of our time if that's possible. We don't anticipate using the entire 60 minutes on company witness Paquet, but we would like to allocate 30 minutes of that to company witness Berman and keep 30 minutes with Paquet.
Okay. Let me just write that down for a second. Ms. Caprita?
We have 60-minute, Tiger has 60 minutes reserved for Mr. Berman and 20 minutes for Mr. Paquet, and I believe that we will be waiving both of those.
Okay, thank you. Both Berman and Paquet?
Yes, Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson, Ms. Singer Nelson.
Yes, UCA will waive the 20 minutes designated for Mr. Gardner, but we would like to move that 20 minutes to Mr. Berman. Thank you.
Mr. Fanio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have reserved no time for climax to cross-examine any of the witnesses and would expect to only be monitoring the case in and out periodically. So I wanted to advise all the parties. Understand that anything that happens when I'm out would I'm have to accept. So thank you.
All right, thanks for the heads up, Mr. Fanio. I don't think that enables us to excuse any more witnesses. So I'm told Commission Council does not have any questions at the current time, and they'll let us know if that changes. So I guess, oh, Mr. Dittman.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So like Climax, Wood River does not have any witnesses on for cross. We don't intend to cross-examine anyone or waiving cross entirely. So we would also like to be excused and understand that, we're subject to whatever happens during the hearing.
Thank you, sir. So excused, Mr. Sherry.
Likewise, Chairman, on behalf of Atmos Energy, I also ask to be excused for the remainder of the hearing. Accordingly, we waive our rights of participation.
So excused. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right. Any other preliminary matters before we get Mr. Berman started? Mr. Berman, you there?
Chair Blank, I do have a couple of preliminary matters
Yep.
that I'd like to address, if that's okay.
Yep.
First of all, we do have a few exhibits that we would like to have put into evidence as part of preliminaries. There are no substantive changes here. They are all items that were left off of hearing exhibit 1000 due to some non-substantive issues that didn't get resolved before that exhibit was prepared. We've conferred with all of the parties and there's no objection to their admission, and they're currently contained in our box.
All right. Do you want to make a motion with, I mean, is it like a dozen hearing exhibits or?
No, it's 5. It's just 5. And I can list them off and move for their admission.
Yeah, without any detail, if you can just list the numbers, maybe that'd be great.
And I don't know if Miss Federico is in charge today, but they are in our box.
Yes, I see them. If you can just still read through the numbers for the record and just to make sure I grab them all.
Okay, I'll do that. First is hearing exhibit 117, executable attachment APF 15.5, Rev 2. The next one is hearing exhibit executable attachment APF 15.38, Rev 2. The next one is hearing exhibit 123, confidential executable attachment RAM-4C, Rev 2. The next one is hearing exhibit 123, confidential attachment RAM-4C. And the last one is hearing exhibit 123, attachment RAM-4, Rev 1.
Any objections to the admission of those hearing exhibits? Hearing none, so moved. Any other preliminary matters?
I have one more matter that may have been resolved with the reallocation of cross. We do have one witness availability issue that wasn't included in our notice. Company witness, Ms. Gilliland, is not available to testify today. So if Mr. Berman would happen to finish early, we might need to take witnesses out of order, but again, he's had some cross time reallocated to him, so that may not be necessary. The parties are aware of this, Chair, but I wanted to alert the commissioners as well.
Perfect. We'll accommodate Ms. Gillian's schedule.
Thank you.
Other preliminary matters?
Not from the company.
Mr. Berman.
I will turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Brahma. Thank you.
Mr. Berman, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Oh, sorry. Put your
No,
you can
don't
put
need
your
that.
hand down now.
Can you hear me
It's
all
a little
right, Chair
rusty.
Blank?
Yeah, it's a little rusty. Is anyone communicating with you or assisting you in any way?
No,
If that changes, you'll let us know.
I will.
Ms. Brahma. Back to you, Ms. Brahma.
Here, just a moment, if you would, please. My speakers are not working. I just need 1 second.
Yep.
Let's try that. Does that work?
I can hear you.
Thank you. The changeover did not go smoothly for the first effort of the day, but we'll go ahead. Good afternoon, Mr. Berman. Thank you for being here. We can hear you just fine. Would you go ahead and state and spell your name for the record if you haven't already? Because I may have missed if you were asked to do that.
No problem. Stephen Berman, Steven Berman.
Thank you. And what is your title?
I'm the Regional Vice President for Regulatory and Pricing for a public service company.
Okay. And did you cause to be filed in this case, hearing exhibit 101 as your direct testimony, hearing exhibit 118 as your supplemental direct testimony, and hearing exhibit 124 as your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to those pieces of testimony as you sit here today?
I do not.
Those pieces of testimony have already been admitted into the record. So with that, Mr. Berman is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, I have 90 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Mr. Berman. My name is Katie McLaughlin, and I represent trial staff. I have a little bit of a lingering cough going on, so I apologize if that impacts anything, but I will try to get through this as smoothly as possible. So I'd like to start today by asking you, how does the company define affordability?
I wouldn't say the company has a stated definition of affordability. I think it's a term that is used frequently in many different contexts, and is dependent really upon how we're using it. So I guess I would say, I don't know that we have a defined company supported definition of affordability.
Does the company's concept of affordability only apply to income qualified customers?
I mean, as related to programs for income qualified customers, yes, you could use affordability in those terms, but I wouldn't, again, I don't think we have a concept of stating the definition of affordability generally to all of our customers. I think it depends on the context in which you're asking about it or we're talking about it.
Okay. Are the company's affordability concerns limited to only those that would qualify for the company's bill assistance programs?
The company is always looking to provide our services in the most cost-effective way that we can for our customers. So I guess I would say we understand we have a number of customers that are more challenged in paying their bills, and we have programs as appropriate defined and developed for certain segments of our customers that are most vulnerable. But from an affordability standpoint, I think we are constantly looking to we're constantly looking to provide our services in the most cost-effective way we can for customers.
Does the company acknowledge that it has an obligation to consider rate impacts to all customers?
Certainly, yes, the company considers the impacts of its rates. Yeah, it's one of the things core kind of pieces of the company's vision to provide safe, reliable, cost-effective service.
And the commission requires that all advice letters include a rate impact analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Did the company provide a rate impact analysis with this advice letter?
I believe we did, in meeting the requirements and the guidelines laid out by the commission.
And do you understand that when staff discusses the concept of affordability, we're speaking to the overall energy burden on all customers created by the need to pay for this critical service provided by the company?
I'll take your assertion that that's how staff is looking at affordability.
And are you familiar with the Public Utilities Commission mission statement?
I'm sure I've seen it, but I probably could not recite it.
That's fine.
Without being prompted.
We can go ahead and pull it up on the screen. That's going to be in staff's box, hearing exhibit 415. I know that's a little bit small, but if you could read the part that appears to be highlighted in purple-ish.
The Colorado Public Utilities Commission serves the public interest by effectively regulating utilities and facilities so that people of Colorado receive safe, reliable, and reasonably priced services consistent with the economic, environmental, and social values of our state.
This mission statement doesn't say that only income qualified customers should receive reasonably priced services, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we can go ahead and take this down. Thank you. Now, Mr. Berman, you'd agree with me that this commission has broad discretion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, staff in the company disagree on whether a 13-month average or year end is more appropriate when calculating rate base. But simply put, these are just two different accounting mechanisms to accomplish the same function, establishing a base rate, right?
I don't know that I'd characterize them as either accounting mechanisms or accomplishing the same function. They are methods of calculating rate base in the cost of service for purposes of setting rates. And one, by definition, imposes more lag than the other.
Okay, let's start talking about that a little bit more. You'd agree that 13-month average and year end are both just and reasonable mechanisms, right?
I mean, again, depending on the context, I mean, the company has always advocated for a 13-month average rate base when using a future test year, and that makes sense and works within the confines of that structure. But when using a historic test year, I wouldn't agree that it's a reasonable way to calculate rate base. It imposes a significant amount of lag on the company in a structure in an HTY that's already starting with imposing lag.
But the commission has the authority and discretion to determine that 13-month average is just and reasonable, correct?
They do.
And they've done that in the past, right?
They have.
In the 2015 gas rate case?
Yes, I believe that they ordered a 13-month average.
And the commission also ordered a 13-month average in the 2017 gas rate case, correct?
Just trying to remember if that was settled or if that was actually litigated. I know it did result in a 13-month average.
We can pull up some testimony on that, or if you want to just assume that it was a litigated case as I'm representing it.
I take your representation.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Now, I want to briefly talk to you about the differences in year end and 13-month. In very simple terms, year end rate base takes a snapshot of plant balances on one particular day of the year, right?
It's a point in time ending period for the test year, yes.
Okay. But the company's estimate of operation and maintenance costs are included in the revenue requirement are representative of the entire calendar year test period, correct?
They're very different, two very different concepts. It would be inappropriate to consider the types of methodologies you do for rate base with O&M.
Sure, but you would agree that we don't take a single snapshot of O&M, correct?
Again, that's because it wouldn't make sense to do so, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't compare the two concepts of O&M and rate base from a cost of service perspective. It's appropriate to look at different ways to calculate rate base because you're talking about assets that are put in service at points in time, whereas O&M expense is a total annual amount for the test period.
So let's talk a little bit more about putting assets into service at points in time. In using the 13-month methodology, that uses 13 data points, right?
Correct. It takes plant in service at 13 different data points.
And if we have a plant that is added in 1 month and there's a plant removed and retired in a different month, you'd agree that those would have different values.
Well, again, they're somewhat different concepts here. You've got assets that go in service, and then retirements also occur probably every month, just given the sheer number of assets in service by the company.
So changes occur throughout the year.
Changes do occur throughout the year.
Okay. And it's the company's position that one snapshot, one point in time, is better than an average of the year.
That's correct. I mean, I think you've got to
Okay.
understand how this
So-
works. I mean, you're representing here that we're not potentially taking into account the retirements, but when you look at that snapshot at the end of the period, especially when it's a historical period, you are capturing everything that has occurred prior to that period. So it is an appropriate way to set rate base, and it is a more accurate way to set rates that are more representative of the period in which customers are going to pay them.
So, Mr. Berman, I want to return to talking about some other aspects that go into rate base. We don't take a snapshot of the company's revenues on a single day, similar to not taking a single snapshot of O&M on a single day, correct?
Correct. Again, very different concepts and not comparable to rate base.
Okay, but these are all used together to create a consistent revenue requirement, right?
Correct. You would need to have an annual revenue, an annual O&M, and a rate base to create the revenue requirement.
So you understand that staff maintains a position that the 13-month average better conforms to the matching principle, where all components of the revenue requirement are observed and measured over the same period of time.
I would disagree with that assessment. I mean, I think it doesn't,
Okay.
either rate-based methodology would apply fine with matching revenues and O&M.
Okay. So would you agree with me that in this rate case, using a 13-month average results in a lower revenue requirement for the company as compared to using year-end rate base, right?
It does.
Okay. All right. I have a few questions for you about the company's specific recommendations intended to support customers from a financial perspective. Could we please pull up the rebuttal testimony of company witness Berman? That's hearing exhibit 124. And we're going to start on page 15, please. And if you could scroll down to lines 14 through 16. So, Mr. Berman, one of the ways that the company is proposing to limit rate impacts to customers is through the revenue deferral mechanism, correct?
Correct.
And at a high level, if this is approved, the company would establish a regulatory asset that defers recovery of its revenue increase from November 1st of 2024 through February 14th of 2025, right?
That's right.
And is it fair to say that without this revenue deferral proposal, ratepayers would be subject to a gas rate increase at the start of the 2024-2025 heating season?
Without this, yes, rates are set to go into effect November 1st.
We can go ahead and take this one down. I will probably be referring to it again, but I have a couple more questions on this topic. Now, Mr. Berman, it's the company that decides when they want to file a rate case, right?
It is.
So the company chose to file a rate case knowing that the rate increases would likely occur immediately before the heating season, right?
The company chose when to file the rate case, correct.
Okay.
Now, the company estimates that it will defer nearly $74 million of incremental revenue over this 3.5-month period.
That sounds correct.
And the company proposes to accrue interest at WAC on this deferred balance, right?
Yes.
So the company remains whole as it would. The proposed rate deferral mechanism does not reduce the company's earnings.
Correct. The company's proposing the WAC, which is our cost of capital. So yes, for us to put the money forward, the WAC would be the rate that we would use to compensate for the cash outlay.
But this 74 million does not include the company's requested WAC return on the deferred balance, right?
I believe that's correct. I can't remember the exact calculation, but
okay,
that sounds correct.
Okay. So then I want to clarify some timing questions with you. Starting on February 15th of 2025, ratepayers would begin paying the increased base rates based on the outcome of this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
In addition, ratepayers would begin paying the estimated 74 million in the incremental deferred revenue, correct?
Correct.
And on top of that, ratepayers would also be paying a WAC return on the incremental deferred revenue, right?
As part of the RDS. And the reason the company proposed this is because what happens on February 14th is the URI surcharge that's been in place for a number of months rolls off. So this coincides with that and allows for, instead of the customers having the rate increase November 1st with the URI surcharge for 3 or 4 months, and then that surcharge rolling off and rates going down, it's a smoothing of the rates. And we felt that that was an appropriate way to look at volatility for our customers. And that's why we put this proposal forward.
So it's a smoothing of rates, but it's not in and of itself a reduction in rates to ratepayers.
No, it's not a reduction.
Oh. Now I want to talk to you about some other revenue deferrals that the company has done in the past. In particular, your direct testimony discusses some similarities and differences between this proposal here and the one made in the 2020 gas rate case. And we can refer to that deferral as the COVID deferral to make it a little bit easier to understand. Do you recall this portion of your testimony?
So you're referring to the COVID deferral, or you're referring to
I'm referring to the
last
COVID.
time there was a RDS?
I'm referring to
mechanism?
the COVID deferral that the company
Okay.
did. Do you recall discussing that in your testimony?
You could point me to it. I don't necessarily remember the exact context.
Yeah, absolutely. If we could please pull up hearing exhibit 101, that's the direct testimony of company witness Berman, and we'll look at page 62. And that first question on lines 1 through 2, does that refresh your memory a little bit, Mr. Berman?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we could please pull up what's been marked as staff's exhibit 412 in our box. If we could look at this first page here. Mr. Berman, is this the same proceeding that we just looked at that you referenced in your direct testimony?
Yes, it looks to be.
So you're familiar with this resulting settlement and stipulation in this proceeding?
I'm just looking. This is the 2020 gas rate case, correct?
Correct. It's the 20AL-0049G.
Okay, I can see that. If there's a specific piece of this you want to talk about, you can maybe scroll down and point me to what we're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. We can go ahead and scroll down to page 18. And I want to look at this section here, Q, that is titled Rate Implementation. Now,
This describes the full mechanism of the COVID revenue deferral, which you mentioned in your direct testimony. Looking at subpart B here, did the company earn a return on the COVID deferral?
I'm going to interject with an objection just very quickly because I'll state the objection as vagueness, but I want to make sure when we talk about the COVID deferral, we're talking about the revenue deferral that happened in the 2020 case, as opposed to the deferral of certain bad debt expense and other items that occurred during the COVID time period, because I think I'm sensing some confusion here, perhaps between Ms. McLaughlin and my witness on that front.
I think I've got it all straight now, but yes, there was some initial confusion.
Yes, we're discussing the revenue deferral that happened in the 2020 gas rate case, which I'll refer to as the COVID deferral, just for ease, since there's several deferrals going on.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Brahma.
I don't think there's a outstanding objection, so keep going, Ms. McLaughlin.
Okay, I'll go ahead and repeat my question, Mr. Berman. So we're looking here at subpart B. Did the company earn a return on the COVID deferral?
The company did not earn a return in this settlement.
Did your direct testimony in this proceeding specify the difference in carrying charges between the COVID deferral and the revenue deferral being proposed here?
I'm not sure. I would have to go back and reference that testimony in that proceeding.
Yeah, absolutely. So that would be the direct testimony in this proceeding of Company Witness Berman, Hearing Exhibit 101. We'll go back to page 62. Do you see the question where it asks, are there both similarities and differences between what the company is proposing here and in proceeding 20AL-0049G?
Okay, I thought you were asking about my testimony in the prior case.
I apologize. I'm asking whether you described the differences in carrying charges between the COVID deferral and the revenue deferral mechanism being proposed here.
I did not speak to the difference in carrying charges.
Okay. For completeness of the record, staff requests admission of Hearing Exhibit 412 into the record.
Any objection?
Just to confirm here, 412 was the settlement in the 2020 gas rate case?
That's correct.
No objection.
So moved.
Okay. We can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you so much. Now, I want to go back to something that you mentioned earlier when you discussed how the Winter Storm Uri deferral is ending in February of next year. This was another revenue deferral that the company recently made, right?
Yeah, I don't know how recent, but it's been a couple of years.
Within the last couple of years. Similarly, the company did not earn a return on the Winter Storm Uri deferral, did it?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'd like to return to your rebuttal testimony, which is Hearing Exhibit 124 in this proceeding. We're going to look back at page 15. And I want to ask you about line 17, where you mentioned the company's reduction in equity ratio to help contain customer bills. In the last gas rate proceeding, the commission found that an equity ratio between 52 and 55% was reasonable, right?
That's correct.
And in this proceeding, the company is proposing an equity ratio at the very top of that range at 55%, correct?
That's correct. The commission set a WACC in the last case that had a range of ROEs and equity ratios, and Mr. Johnson certainly can talk about why the company has chosen to manage to the 55% equity ratio and the value that provides to our customers. But that is what we are seeking in this case, is 55%.
Sure. But the company's proposed 55% equity ratio is not a reduction compared to the company's currently authorized equity ratio, right?
I mean, there was a range authorized as part of a stated WACC in the last case. It is a reduction from where the company has been managing and historically where the company's equity ratio has been.
So the commission ordered a range between 52 and 55. The company here is recommending 55. How is that a reduction?
Well, the commission ordered a WACC, and that WACC was based on a range of ROEs and equity ratios, of which there were very few combinations that actually result in that WACC. And the company has been managing to the 55% at the high end of that ratio and a lower ROE to get to that WACC, because that is the most cost-effective way to manage our capital program for our customers. And again, Mr. Johnson will be the person to speak in detail of that, but that is, correct that that is the high end of the range that was ordered in the last case.
Okay. Now I want to move on to the next bullet here in your rebuttal testimony on lines 18 through 12, staying on this page 15. This is where you discuss the proposed revenue decoupling mechanism, which in very basic terms, this works to separate the company's base rate revenue from the amount of gas sold, right?
Correct.
But a decoupling mechanism essentially works to keep the company whole, correct?
It works to ensure the company collects the revenue or authorizing the revenue requirement.
So no matter how much
despite the actual gas sales, correct.
Okay, so no matter how much the gas sales end up being, the decoupling mechanism serves to guarantee that the company receives the same amount of base rate revenue.
Correct, and it works both ways. If the company sells more gas and collects more, they would return money to customers to be at the same revenue.
And without a decoupling mechanism, the risk of over or under recovery due to circumstances such as like weather conditions, that would be borne by the company, correct?
That's correct.
And using a decoupling mechanism would essentially shift that risk from the company to ratepayers, right?
It would shift the weather risk, yes, but importantly here, the company's seeking to implement this decoupling mechanism to ensure that there's no adverse or that there's no incentive for the company to not encourage reduced throughput on the system.
But a decoupling mechanism doesn't actually lower rates for ratepayers, does it?
It can. I'd like to point out that this is a list of things that are supporting customers and working towards state policy goals. This is not meant to be a list of things that simply lower rates. So if that's the context here, I just want to make sure it's clear, the purpose of this list, and this one in particular is more on the side of advancing state policy goals.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Mr. Berman. Now I'd like to keep going and talk to you about your bullet point on lines 22 through 24, where the company plans to maintain the expected life group depreciation methodology. The company was ordered by the commission to adopt this methodology in the last rate case, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the following bullet on lines 25 through 28, where the company proposes to accelerate depreciation, accelerating depreciation increases the company's revenue requirement, does it not?
It does.
And it also serves to reduce the company's risk associated with stranded assets in the future, right?
It does.
Okay. And if we could scroll to the top of page 16, please. Lines 1 through 4, you discuss amortizing the prepaid retiree medical asset, which would be over a 15-year period. Does that sound right?
It does sound right, yes.
And in the previous rate case, the commission ordered that the company put forward an analysis and options for amortizing this asset, correct?
I believe that is correct.
And if the company is proposing to earn a WACC over the 15 sorry, the company is proposing to earn a WACC over the 15-year period, right?
I believe that is correct.
And do you recall that staff in this proceeding has raised concerns with how much of this asset is actually the responsibility of the company's ratepayers?
I have not been particularly close to this issue, and this is more of an issue for Mr. Cherubi, but I'll take your assertion that staff has raised those issues.
Now I want to touch on just this last one here on lines 5 through 6. Describe how the company has provided more information in this case than ever before. I'm not really seeing the connection between providing more information as a specific way for the company to try to contain customer rates. How does this keep rates lower for customers?
So again, this is not a list of things that simply keep rates lower for customers. This is a list of how the company has sought to recover its revenue requirement and also adhere to state policy or advanced state policy goals. And so this is just another point of, I think the commission has expressed interest in more support for investments in the past as we've moved into gas planning proceedings and GIPs. And so the company really took a approach in this rate case to provide as much information as possible to ensure that everything was there to evaluate the prudency of all the investments put forward in this case.
Now, if we could scroll back to page 15, I'd like to see the question that started off this bullet list. Now, Mr. Berman, doesn't this question ask you for ways that the company is trying to contain customer rate impacts?
While addressing commission policy direction and goals. So yes, both things are true of this list.
Okay, thank you. We can go ahead and take this exhibit down. And Mr. Berman, I want to move on and start talking to you about the company's gas system investments. So we're all on the same page. The company does not earn a return on the gas that it sells to ratepayers in and of itself, right?
Correct. The
And the
commodity,
company,
right? Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
And the company does not earn a return on the operation and maintenance expenses either.
that's correct.
But the company does earn a return on its capital investments, correct?
Correct.
And this includes new gas infrastructure?
It does.
Now, in the company's last gas rate case, the commission adopted an ROE range of 9.2 to 9.5. Do you recall that?
I do.
But in this proceeding, the company is proposing an ROE of 10.10, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall the portion of your direct testimony which described some ROEs in other states, which in your words, you've described as progressive?
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, you discuss a recent ROE decision from Con Edison in New York. Does that sound familiar?
It does.
And you stated that the New York Commission found reason to increase Con Edison's ROE due to changing financial market conditions, right?
I don't remember exactly everything in that piece of testimony or all the specifics, but that sounds correct.
Yes, I understand. There is a lot of pages out there in this proceeding. Let's go ahead and pull up your direct testimony, hearing exhibit 101. I think it'll be a little bit helpful if we have it on the screen for us. We're going to look at page 52. Now, Mr. Berman, do you recall that this New York Public Utilities decision that you're referring to happened in July of 2023?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And in this case, the New York Commission authorized a 9.25 ROE for Con Edison. Isn't that right?
Again, I don't remember all of the specifics of this order, but I would take your assertion that that's correct.
Okay.
Could we perhaps show Mr. Berman the whole page so that he can see both the text and the footnotes of his testimony?
Yep, absolutely. And footnote 32 is particularly important here.
Yes, I see that. Okay.
So the New York Commission authorized a 9.2 ROE for Con Edison, right?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
We can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you. Would a 9.25 ROE be within the ROE range that this commission authorized in the company's last gas rate case?
It would be in the range of the last case, yes.
I want to turn to some of the statements that you made in your rebuttal testimony regarding staff's ROE proposal. Specifically, you took issue with staff's recommended ROE for new capital investments, in part because no other jurisdiction has adopted a lower ROE for new investments, right?
In part.
In part. Now, wouldn't you agree that this commission has addressed novel issues in the past?
Sure. I think that they have.
Okay. And, for example, the Clean Heat Plan is an example of how Colorado is charting its own course and doing something that's first of its kind.
Yeah, and I guess when I say in part, that's one of a number of reasons why I would disagree with staff's proposal. And I think there's a reason why we haven't seen a differentiated ROE in other jurisdictions, and it's probably because it's fraught with several challenges.
Understood. But my question is, isn't the Clean Heat Plan an example of something how Colorado is charting the first of its kind on a new proceeding?
Certainly one of the very few utilities doing similar things.
And this commission is the first commission in the country to preside over a Clean Heat Plan, right?
I believe there have been things of different names that other states have done, but yes, certainly one of the few states that has undertaken that type of planning proceeding.
Do you believe that this commission is capable of handling novel and innovative changes?
I do, but that's far from a good reason to look at this differentiated ROE proposal. It creates a number of other challenges that, and a number of other reasons I'm happy to speak to as to why it's bad policy.
Hasn't the company also engaged in first of its kind in the nation activities, such as its net zero vision for natural gas?
Yes.
Don't you agree that the company should be at the forefront of the gas industry revolution?
I do, and I think we are, but I think again, those things are all very worthy policy initiatives to be first of a kind, as opposed to something that is a policy that the company would strongly disagree with, and that may also contain legal challenges in implementing.
Okay. Now I want to ask you a few more specific questions regarding staff's ROE. In your rebuttal testimony, you state that you understand staff's proposal to apply a lower composite ROE to all investments. Is that a fair summary of your understanding?
Correct.
Okay. If we could please pull up the answer testimony of staff witness O'Neill, that's going to be hearing exhibit 401. And we're going to look at page 5, please.
Yes, that's just going to take me a second to scroll all the way down there. So
yes,
give me
I
just
understand.
a second.
Now I'd like to look at lines 12 through 17. Mr. Berman, could you please read that paragraph to yourself and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
So staff is actually recommending that the commission apply a different return on new capital investments. That's different from how you described your understanding, right?
Except that's not how staff used or calculated it in their revenue requirement. So yes, I agree that that's what their words say, but that's not how they implemented it in their calculation of the revenue requirement.
You'd agree with me that here in staff's testimony, it provides a recommendation that a lower ROE should be applied for new investments, correct?
It does. In my testimony, what I was stating is that while it says that, it appears they have just applied a lower ROE in the revenue requirement to all investments to accomplish this.
We can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you. Now, isn't it possible from an accounting perspective for the company to apply a different ROE to something that is in rate base?
It would be very challenging. It would require multiple cost of service models to accomplish that.
But the company has done that in the past.
I do not think we have done that in the past.
So the company never agreed to apply cost of debt to a different asset in rate base?
We have calculated a cost of debt on certain things in the past, but we've never applied a differentiated ROE to whole segments of assets.
But you would agree that cost of debt is a different return than WACC?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And so the company has applied cost of debt to something that is in the company's rate base.
The way we've accomplished it is to do a calculation outside of the cost of service and make an adjustment to the cost of service. So there have been very limited circumstances in the past. One I can think of is a water rights asset that was in rate base, but the way we had to do that was to do a very specific calculation and make an adjustment for a dollar amount in the cost of service. There's not a clean way to apply two different ROEs to two different segments of or categories of capital assets in a cost of service model.
Okay. I'd like to pull up what has been previously admitted as staff's hearing exhibit 412. And I want to look at page 15. And just a reminder, this was the agreed stipulation and settlement in the 2020 gas rate case. The company a party to the stipulation and settlement in that case?
Yes.
And I want to look at section K, subpart 2. Mr. Berman, could you go ahead and read that to yourself and let me know when you're finished?
Yep, I'm finished.
So this is an example of the company agreeing to include something in rate base with a return at the cost of debt.
This is a regulatory asset, not an actual asset, but yes, it is. It's one of the very specific things I would say we had done this with. It requires a calculation of that amount and then an adjustment in the cost of service to do this. It's very different than saying all new business, all capacity investment, which are large categories of assets on a differentiated ROE, let alone what the policy rationale for doing that would be.
Is the difficulty of performing the calculation a good reason not to implement otherwise good policy?
I would disagree that it's otherwise good policy and that's the primary reason not to do it, is that it's bad policy.
But just in general, is the difficulty of doing something good reason to not implement a good policy?
I wouldn't not do it because of the difficulty of doing it. If
Okay.
if it was good policy that was difficult to implement, certainly the company would do that.
Great. We can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you. Now, in 2022, the company had an earned ROE of 7.81%, right?
That sounds correct. Again, I wouldn't have that number committed to memory, but
Understood. If the company earned an ROE of 7.71 on new capital investments, as staff recommends, wouldn't you agree with me that this return is only 10 basis points lower than the company's earned ROE of 7.81% in 2022?
I would agree with you, but certainly the company was authorized to earn a much higher ROE, and the fact that we under-earned so significantly is why we're in this rate case that we're in today.
Is 2022 the only time that the company has ever under-earned on ROE?
No.
Okay. Now I have one more topic that I would like to discuss with you, Mr. Berman. I want to talk to you about staff's recommendations regarding net salvage. Do you recall the commission's ordering supplemental direct in this proceeding, specifically requesting that the company answer questions related to net salvage value?
I do.
And the commission also requested supplemental direct on this issue of depreciation of assets to the point of a negative rate base, right?
Correct.
So you recall where the commission also requested that the company recalculate some of its depreciation schedules in this proceeding with the assumption that the commission would not allow a negative rate base.
Correct.
At a high level, do you remember that staff witness Rivera Lugo responded to the commission's inquiry by proposing to remove the estimated negative salvage value from the calculation of the company's depreciation rates?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Within its accumulated depreciation reserve, do you know the approximate value the company carries as a cost of removal related regulatory liability?
I cannot remember the exact number at this time. Certainly some of the details of this topic would be more appropriate for Mr. Moeller, but happy to, if you want to point me to that, talk about them to the extent that I did in my testimony.
I think for the most part, we can keep this pretty high level, but does 413 million sound right to you?
Before I'm going to object, if you would please, if you're going to throw numbers or commission statements, or put them to Mr. Berman, would you please show the document you're referring to so he can verify?
Sure.
That seems reasonable.
Could we please pull up the rebuttal testimony of company witness Moeller, hearing exhibit 133? And we're going to look at page 39. And lines 10 through 14. I'll give you a second to get familiar with this, Mr. Berman, and let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Does the number 413 million sound right to you?
That's what this says. I assume the current situation that Mr. Moeller is referring to is the tester in this case.
Okay, we can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you. Now, this regulatory liability represents the value that the company has been pre-collecting from customers for the future cost of removal. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And the company projects that accumulated depreciation reserve will continue to grow in the future, right?
Yes, we do. As new assets are placed in service and with inflation, that number continues to grow.
Does the company consider this 413 million in ratepayer funded liability to be a material issue for commission consideration?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on your definition of material, I suppose, but this is not a new issue. This has been something that has been in rates and is a convention that's followed across the country by most utilities, and has certainly come into question recently, but has not ever been an issue before when it's been in rates.
So as long as the company is made whole, there is nothing preventing the commission from considering alternate ways to account for and recover net salvage value, right?
There's nothing preventing them from doing so, although I would caution that there could be unintended consequences that we're not thinking about today, because it's just not something that has really been done in the industry. It's not a model that anyone has adopted, and I'm not sure there's a good reason to take the risk of those potential consequences right now.
Sure. Do you think that in the company's future depreciation study, those potential consequences could be evaluated?
I think all of these things are ripe for evaluation in future depreciation studies.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rivera-Lugo in staff's testimony proposes an alternate way to account for and recover net salvage value. Does that sound familiar?
It does.
So you understand that staff is not recommending any changes to the treatment of net salvage to be implemented in this proceeding.
I'm not sure that that was my understanding of staff's testimony. I thought that there were changes being recommended in this proceeding.
Staff is not recommending any reduction in revenue requirement regarding this proposal either. Is that different than how you understood it?
I'd have to look at it closer, but I understood that Mr. Rivera-Lugo was recommending some changes to how, certainly going forward, how this would be treated, that company has concerns with those changes having an unintended consequence of severely under collecting the funds that would be needed in the future for retirement of these assets.
But does the company take any issue with evaluating these recommendations in a future depreciation study?
I think we would be open to evaluating all of these things in a future depreciation study. It may not change our opinion of whether they're viable or not, but certainly that's a better place to have that discussion and evaluation than in this rate case.
And so you'd agree that including this in a future depreciation study would also help inform the commissioners of net salvage and the issue of negative rate base?
Yes, and net salvage is something that is typically evaluated in a depreciation study. So typically when those studies occur, if they're full comprehensive studies, they would also be looking at any changes that should be implemented with regard to net salvage.
Now, looking at the future and the company's forthcoming depreciation study, is the company planning on filing this as a standalone proceeding?
I don't know that we've made that decision, but I would say in all likelihood, yes.
Okay. Do you think that it would be valuable for the commissioners and stakeholders to have this in a standalone proceeding to fully allocate their time to this matter?
I do think it makes a lot of sense to have the depreciation study as a standalone proceeding. And that there's a number of issues that likely need to be addressed in that proceeding.
And when does the company anticipate that it will complete the depreciation study?
So we are currently working on a study that we're obligated to file within 6 months of the final clean heat decision, which I believe was issued a week or two ago. So the clock has begun there. So within 6 months, we're anticipating making a filing in that time frame. The full scope of that study has yet to be determined. There are certain things we're looking at, but I mean, so given the short time, it may not have the full evaluation that we could do of changes to net salvage if given more time.
Do you think if the company had additional time, maybe 3 months, that they could prepare the depreciation study to incorporate more of this evaluation of net salvage and negative rate base issues as proposed by staff?
I think the biggest challenge with net salvage is that it generally would require understanding what the full retirement cost of the entire system is, which is not an analysis that I am aware that any utility has undertaken. So it requires a number of assumptions, and I'm hesitant to speculate on the time that type of an analysis would take to really do it thoroughly. And I also think there's a lot of information that's not available at this time to really understand what that's going to look like. I think as time goes by, we will certainly have more information to inform these studies in the future. We're going to do everything we can to provide the most thorough analysis in the time frame we have to provide that for this next study. I don't know that 3 more months is going to make a big difference, but certainly there's discussion to be had on this, regardless of what analysis is put forward in that study.
Understood. Is the company planning on addressing net salvage in its depreciation study? I don't recall if we touched on that.
I think we generally do. I don't know that we're going to have some novel analysis of the full retirement costs of the system.
Is the company planning on providing an evaluation of net salvage that would be consistent with Mr. Rivera-Lugo's recommendations?
I'm not entirely sure that I'd be speculating to try to guess that we would be able to accomplish all of that.
Do you think having a thorough evaluation of net salvage would be beneficial for the commissioners?
I think there is always, and certainly Mr. Mueller's can provide more specifics on these depreciation studies, but net salvage is always a piece that's looked at in that study. And whether that will be looked at, it can be looked at in a number of ways, but it certainly is part of the study that we will look at. And I believe that staff will have an opportunity to, again, raise alternative ways to look at that in that proceeding.
Just looking at my notes real quick. So I think those are all the questions that I have for you, Mr. Berman. And I think that I ended up using almost exactly 60 minutes, which is what we predicted to begin with. So we didn't need that extra 30, but I appreciate you answering these questions for us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. UCA, I have 80 minutes. And just so you know, maybe halfway through, we're going to take a break at 3-ish. So
that sounds good. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Berman. I'm Michelle Singer-Nelson, representing the Utility Consumer Advocates.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think I'll start with pulling up Hearing Exhibit 500, Attachment CWS4. You'll notice some of my cross-examination will overlap some of the topics that Ms. McLaughlin has already talked to you about, but I think I'm going to address some a little differently, and I'm going to try not to repeat. But here is another page of the commission's web page that talks about objectives. Can you scroll up a little bit? Thank you. Do you see here that the commission states that it serves the public interest, which requires the balancing of the needs of customers against those of utility service providers? It's in the first line.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. Do you agree that that's the commission's role?
Yes, I do.
And then with regard to rates, you can see there's a bullet, the very first bullet. It says, with regard to rates, the commission states that it will maintain rates as low as possible for residential and business customers, consistent with minimum standards for service safety, economic viability, and the environment. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, we can pull that down. So really, the commission emphasizes both in its mission statement and its statement of objectives that its role is to serve the public interest, which includes affordable rates to consumers.
Agree.
Over the last several years, there's been a focus both at the governor's office, the commission, and at the legislature to address consumer concerns with energy affordability. Would you agree?
I would agree.
And in February of 2023, Governor Polis asked the commission, state agencies, including the UCA, and local distribution companies, including Xcel, or Public Service Company of Colorado, to work collaboratively to help reduce energy cost burden on the Colorado households and businesses. Do you recall that?
That does sound familiar.
Okay. Can we pull up Hearing Exhibit 500, attachment CWS-9, please? And in response, while that's being pulled up, Mr. Berman, in response to Governor Polis's letter, the commission went ahead and put together an affordability initiative initial work plan. Is that what we see on the screen? Can you scroll up a little bit? Maybe we can see the title. Thank you. Do you recall that?
I do.
Have you reviewed this plan?
I do believe I reviewed it when it came out, having been a little over a year. Do you want to talk about anything specific? I'd appreciate the refresher.
Okay. Yeah, let's turn to page 1, paragraph 1.
This is page 1.
Oh, sorry. After the cover page. So page 2. Thank you. Page 3. There we go. Paragraph 1, the commission's role in affordability. The commission states in the very last paragraph, very last sentence, affordability is a critical part of the commission's oversight as it regulates Colorado gas and electric utilities. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then going to page, I think it's on page 4. Yes. Paragraph 2. Oh, it would be from your pages. It would be probably page 6, paragraph 2, where the commission specifically addresses gas utility base rate proceedings. Do you see that?
I do.
And there the commission said that in the last 2 sentences, the commission will continue to scrutinize investments, recalibrate returns, and analyze the basis and pace for utility cost recovery as required to maintain overall bill affordability. These efforts keep base rates appropriately below the levels the gas utilities propose as justifiable and are essential when gas commodity prices are high during winter months. So do you see that the commission, even in the cases like this proceeding, the commission states that it will really try to keep rates low?
I do see that, yes.
Can pull the exhibit down. In this proceeding, the commission also observed in a February 2023 order, oh, it's not in this proceeding, I apologize, but attachment CWS to hearing exhibit 500 is also an order.
I'm sorry, which exhibit? You just said attachment CWS. You didn't say a number.
Hearing exhibit 500?
No, an attachment number?
Attachment CWS 8.
8, thank you.
There too, the commission at page 11, paragraph 24. The commission stated that Public Service's motion to modify comes at a time where it's increasingly critical to consider each decision the commission makes from the perspective of its impact on affordability. Did I read
See
that?
Can you remind me the date of this document?
Yes, you can go to the end of it. It's it's February of 2023.
Okay.
And it's regarding Public Service's Renewable Energy Compliance Plan.
Okay.
You can take that down. And then the legislature responded to affordability concerns by passing Senate Bill 23-291 in May of 2023. Do you recall that, Mr. Berman?
I do.
And that bill implemented changes to the law governing rate cases, including restrictions on recovery of rate case expenses and a variety of other operating expenses from customers in base rates.
I'm going to object. That mischaracterizes the text of the legislation, which in fact speaks for itself in any event.
Can you recharacterize Ms. Singer-Nelson?
Sure. Mr. Berman, did Senate Bill 23-291 implement changes to the law governing rate cases?
Objection. The legislation speaks for itself. Ms. Singer-Nelson has been paraphrasing both commission determinations and legislation that the words are on the page. So if we could show the legislation, that would be fine.
I thought that question, well, you can pull up the legislation, but I thought that was a reasonable question that did not seek to characterize the legislation. So I'd overrule that objection and have Mr. Berman answer.
There's currently,
yeah, go
sorry,
Okay.
I know that there's currently a rulemaking in front of the commission to address rate case rules in compliance with Senate Bill 291.
So you would agree that Senate Bill 291 modified the law relating to rate cases?
I'm going to, rate cases generally. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say rate case expenses, and I would have had the same objection.
Mr. Berman?
Yeah, the bill certainly ordered the commission to undertake a rulemaking, which it currently is undertaking.
Okay. So the bottom line, really, all these questions are going to Mr. Berman, that Colorado state government finds that affordability is a critical public interest in rate cases. Do you agree with that?
I don't know that. I mean, I would say yes, that they find that affordability is a critical issue to address, and it can be addressed in a number of ways within and outside of rate cases.
And thank you. Moving on to a different topic. Let's talk about the pancaking of rates. Are you familiar with that term?
I'm familiar with the term.
Okay, let's start out with pulling up Hearing Exhibit 101, SP2, Revised 1. Mr. Berman, is this an attachment to your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's walk through this. First of all, it shows in line 1, column A, the total, well, line 2, column A, the total base rate revenue, including transfers, of 793,561,237 and $237. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the current 2023 revenue
From base rate.
from base rates.
And then you talked about with Ms. McLaughlin that the net revenue change that the company's seeking in this case to the base rate or the rate base is $170,655,825.
Yes, I'm not sure if this is the attachment, if this is reflective of the rebuttal
Okay.
position of the company, or if this was the direct position.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Just noting that in the rebuttal testimony, this is attached to your direct testimony, but in your rebuttal testimony, the company modified the revenue change proposal to 169.6 million.
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. And as far as the percentage of change from the 2023 base rate revenue to what you're proposing in this proceeding is, as listed here, it's 21.5%. Is that correct?
Yes.
But in your rebuttal testimony, I note in your supplemental testimony, you do say that that is changed to a 21.4% increase. Is that right?
That sounds correct. Yes.
I didn't see a revised hearing. I didn't see a revised chart like this document in your attached to your supplemental testimony. Did I miss something?
I don't think so. No, I think the changes were so immaterial. We didn't revise this chart for the new numbers in rebuttal.
Okay, but it is I know it is stated
But they
in
would,
rebuttal testimony.
they would be slightly different.
All right. And then going on to the other categories of revenue that are on SB2 revised 1, there's some non-fuel revenue. The DSMCA is the demand side management adjustment, which is $32,277,649. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then finally, you have the revenue from the GCA, the fuel revenue, which is over $6 million. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do. 626.
So the total retail revenue for public service under the 2023 rates is $1.4 billion. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the proposal, the total, if the increase requested in this proceeding is approved, would equal $1.6 billion. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we turn to page 2 of this exhibit? Is there any way to make it larger? Oh, thank you so much. That's better. So here, could you describe what this exhibit is, what these three tables are?
Yes, these tables are bill impacts. The first table is the bill impacts of the company's proposal on, in its direct case, by the classes listed here. The next table down shows the bill impacts if the revenue deferral surcharge proposal the company put forward were to be adopted. And then the third table just shows the difference between those, the first and the second.
Okay, focusing on the first box. So it looks like for the residential class, you've got listed a current bill of $62.43 and a dollar increase from this proceeding of $5.94, which is a 9.52% increase. Is that right?
That is right.
And then when it comes to small commercial customers, the current bill listed is $268.94. The increase would amount to $22.74, which would be an 8.46% increase.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's with the, like you said, the GRSA implementation, either on February 29th. And you say, or November 1st here. Isn't it right that the commission said that with the extension in this case, the rates would actually go into effect on November 5th?
Yeah, I believe that is correct. Yes.
Okay.
I think when we filed the case here, we were requesting a November 1 effective date. So that's why we're using that date here.
Okay. So for residential class, the increase would be 9.52% and small commercial is 8.46%. And the remainder of your customer classes are listed in that box.
Correct.
All right. I think just to make the record clear, can we go to hearing exhibit 124, which is Mr. Berman's rebuttal testimony? Go to page 7. Let's see if I get it right. Okay, scrolling down to line 11. Mr. Berman, is this where you discuss the decrease of the company's revenue requirement request?
Yes, it is. Thank you for bringing that up.
And could you read that for us, please, or at least explain it as it's presented in your testimony?
Yeah, this is essentially saying that the updated revenue requirement in rebuttal is $169.6 million deficiency, or 21.4% of the total 23 revenue, base rate revenue.
Thank you. This is really a decrease from the company's direct testimony to your rebuttal testimony of less than 1%. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Mr. Berman, were you a witness in the Public Service's last gas rate increase proceeding, which was 24AL-0049G?
I was.
And the hearing was held a couple of years ago. Do you recall that?
I do.
In that case, Public Services President Robert Kenney agreed that Public Services Colorado customers have been subject to a pancaking of rate increases. Do you recall that?
I'll object. If you'd like to share the testimony from that proceeding, we can talk about that, but asking the witness to recall specific words is calling for speculation.
Ms. Singer-Nelson, you want to respond?
Yes, we can pull up hearing exhibit 503 from UCA's box. and we can refresh Mr. Berman's recollection. Mr. Berman, can you identify what you see on the screen?
This looks like a transcript from the hearing in 22AL-0046G.
Okay, and I'll represent to you, I think if you scroll down a little bit, you can see the date, but I'll represent this. This is the August 17th hearing transcript. Can we go to page 118 of this document, please? And, okay. We can scroll down a little bit to, yeah. Okay, here we go. Starting at line 16. I asked the question, have you heard the expression pancaking of rates? And Mr. Kenny said, I have heard of it, yes. And at line 19, I defined here in Colorado, we've talked about the phrase pancaking of rates, and it refers to establishing rate increases one after another so that the cumulative effect has a significant impact on the utility rates charged to customers or consumers. Do you see that, Mr. Berman?
I do see that.
And so let's move down to page 122.
Can we, Ms. Nelson, Senior Nelson, or maybe I should direct this.
Either way.
Apologies, but can we please confirm whose testimony we're speaking to here?
Oh, sure. We can go.
Okay.
Yes, I think we can go up. I don't think we can go to the top of, I'm just trying to see if the table of contents is included in this document. But if you want to go up to the very beginning of the document and scroll down, yeah, thank you. Mr. Kenny starts on page 18, crossed by Ms. Nelson is at 111. And then I go through 136, it looks like. Does that help?
It does. I just wanted to confirm we are not talking about the testimony of Mr. Berman in that proceeding.
No, we're talking about Mr. Kenny. That's what my question was focused on. His recollection of Mr. Kenny's testimony. So going back to page 122, line 23, please. The question, line 20, the question is, and would you agree that these cases together result in a pancaking of rate increases? And Mr. Kenny responded, well, I would agree as you defined it, that it would fit that definition. Mr. Berman, does that refresh your recollection as to Mr. Kenny's testimony in that proceeding?
It looks to me like Mr. Kenny is not agreeing to your definition, but agreeing to, under that definition, that this fits within that definition.
Doesn't line 22 say, well, I would agree as you defined it, that it would fit that definition?
Yeah, I think the as you defined it is what I'm taking as him not necessarily agreeing with that definition, but saying as you've defined it, he agrees it fits the definition.
Okay, that's fine. In this proceeding, in the Commission's April 24 order asking Public Service to file supplemental testimony showing a 15-year rate forecast, the Commission also expressed concern over how the company's ongoing investments pancake into customer rates over time. Do you recall that?
I don't necessarily recall the use of the word pancake in the decision, but if you can point me to it.
Will
I do know that they asked for a 15-year forecast. Yes, I agree with that.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the commission to take administrative notice of its April 2024 order? It's C24-0240-I at paragraph 16.
Do you have any objection, Ms. Brahma?
I guess I'm unclear on what we're taking of administrative notice for.
The fact that the commission described its concern about how the company's ongoing investments pancake into customer rates over time.
I will say I do have an objection to that. Partly we haven't shown that, but more importantly, it is a commission decision. If the UCA would like to cite to it in a brief or otherwise, it exists. The commission doesn't need to take administrative notice of it for UCA to cite to it.
I mean, what's the harm of taking administrative notice under those circumstances, Ms. Brahma?
I don't think I have a concern with so much with the commission taking administrative notice that a decision exists. It's just that Ms. Singer-Nelson has referred to it for a specific proposition without providing that. And so if we're taking administrative notice, or if the commission is taking administrative notice that there is a commission decision out there by that number and putting it in the record for that purpose generally, that's not my concern. It's more for the proposition Ms. Singer-Nelson states without identifying in the decision itself.
Ms. Singer-Nelson, any
Chairman Blank, the point is that the commission expressed concern in this proceeding relating to the pancaking, and that language is actually used in the commission's order, and that the continued rate increases are something that is an issue that is going to be explored in this proceeding, and it's important to the commission to explore that issue in this proceeding. Pancaking has a certain connotation to it that Mr. Kenny, that I referred to in my cross-examination of Mr. Kenny in 2022. And I think that the commission's use of that term is relevant.
Let's take general notice of it. It doesn't have to stand for the proposition that Ms. Singer-Nelson is asserting, and let's just move on if we could.
I'm ready to move on.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, let's move to hearing exhibit 100, attachment 1. And Mr. Berman, as part of, or while that's being pulled up, would you agree that as part of SB 23-291, the legislature required utilities to file a 10-year rate trend report whenever they asked for a rate increase?
And I'm sorry, Ms. Singer-Nelson, you said exhibit 100, attachment 1?
Yeah, it's the advice letter. It's the attachment to the advice letter.
Yes, Public Services had asked those be removed from the spreadsheet, so they are not on the spreadsheet. If you want me to search for them, I can try, but they were intentionally removed from the spreadsheet.
If I may, Public Service typically does not move the admission of advice letter as an exhibit in the proceeding, and that, so no different here than any other proceeding with respect to advice letters.
Additionally, I believe they had different titles. I believe they were attachments A, B, and C. So which one, if you want me to try to find it?
There's A, B, and C, and then there's attachment 1 as well. And UCA would request, once I lay a foundation, UCA would request for admission of the rate trend report that the company filed along with its advice letter pursuant to the recent law that was implemented requiring that they file a rate trend report with every rate increase that they file.
Ms. Brahma?
Just one moment, please. Just needed to confer with my client. We are fine. You're on, Chair Blank. We can have that admitted into the record.
Okay, thank you.
And as Ms. Federico, it's important that we actually have the document on the screen while we talk about it.
Yeah, yes, I know. I'm just trying to find it because they had told me they wanted it hidden, so I have to re-download it.
I understand. Thank you.
If I may clarify, we didn't mean hidden in the sense that it was, hidden, just in the sense that it was not admitted into the record as an exhibit.
Understood. Understood. Nobody's inferring bad.
No.
Thank you. I'm understanding too, Ms. Singer Nelson, are you looking for the advice letter itself or the attachment? Because it may not.
It's attachment 1.
Okay.
There it goes. There it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
It didn't take very long. All right, Mr. Berman. Now, what is your title again? It's Vice President of Regulatory Administration and Pricing?
Essentially, yes, Regional Vice President of Regulatory and Pricing.
Okay. And can you identify the document on the screen?
Yes, this is the rate trend report that was filed with the advice letter in this proceeding.
Okay. And Chairman Blank, I'd move for admission.
Any objection?
Of this trend report?
So
No.
moved. So moved.
Thank you. So, Mr. Berman, let's walk through it section by section. So the very first section talks about the amount of increase in the rate, etc., or classification ready relative to the amount in effect on the date of the utilities filing. Do you see that?
I do.
And as we scroll down a little bit, the first item listed is the residential GRSA. And
yes.
It looks like the company is stating that the general rate schedule adjustment from this proceeding will increase the GRSA by 31.7%, 31.4%.
Correct. That's the increase in the GRSA.
Right. So it's the difference between the amount that's currently being collected and the amount that the company's proposing will be collected if the rate increase is approved, correct?
As it relates to the GRSA, I just want to be
Sure.
cognizant that this is not a bill impact or this is not a revenue change. We've already looked at those things earlier in your cross.
It's the GRSA increase specific for that rate element.
Correct.
And then small commercial, the same thing. The GRSA is, it looks like there's going to be an increase from the current GRSA from this proceeding of 31.04%.
Correct.
Scrolling down. So here's the revenue deferral charge description. It looks like the residential revenue deferral surcharge is currently at 0%, and the company's proposal, if accepted, would be an increase of 10.14%.
That's correct. That's the amount that would be calculated in order to collect the revenue under the RDS.
Okay, thank you. I'm moving down, just scrolling to the next line, couple lines. We've got small commercial again, and the revenue deferral surcharge will be going from 0% to a 9.06% if it's accepted in this proceeding.
That's correct.
Going down to the next category asked by the rate trend report is number 2, the amount in change in annual revenues collected by the utility as a result of the filing. And here's where the company describes the current GRSA and the proposed GRSA. And this is based on your direct testimony, is that right?
That's correct.
And so the amount here is the proposed GRSA is still the $170,655,825 figure.
Yes.
And then similarly for the revenue deferral surcharge, currently there's no RDS, but you're proposing $79,335,604. Correct?
Yes, and I would just point out that these numbers are not additive on each other, right? This is looking at points in time. If the revenue deferral surcharge was approved, it would delay the rate implementation, and thus it's basically a subset of the 170.
I was wondering about that. Thank you for that clarification. Could we move to the next page, please? All right. And now we're going to be looking at this chart. And I know that the type on the very bottom of the first table is kind of small. Oh, thank you. That helps a lot. And so this chart responds to the legislation asking for a chart or other pictographic demonstration of each of the utilities rates, charges, etc., including the total of all utility bill line items, such as base rates and rate adjustment mechanisms for the 10 years prior to the date of the utility filing. Do you see that?
I do.
And the utility filing in this case was in January of 2024, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it looks like this chart goes through the end of December 2023. I see November 2023.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I agree.
Okay. So it probably goes to the end of the year. Do you agree?
I think that's right. I mean, the last point there is November. I'm not sure if it's November or December, but
okay.
It would have been the most recent information we had available. So December is possibly not on here, given the time frame of the filing. It may not have been available at that time.
Okay. Well, let's refer to it as November since it's the last number or the last date that's on this chart. Can we agree to that, at least for walking through the chart so we can be accurate based on what the chart says?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let's look at, first of all, let's look at, we noticed that there are a lot of different colors on this chart, correct?
Correct.
And at the very bottom, can you see, Mr. Berman, the very bottom of the screen where it actually identifies the colors that go with each of the charges?
I can.
Okay, so there's a dark blue that's the service and facility charge. Do you see that?
I do.
And then there's a lighter blue, which is the gas cost adjustment.
I see that as well.
It's an orange color, and I think it only shows up slightly, but it's the gas energy assistance charge.
Yes.
Green is the pipeline system integrity adjustment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Gray, which is what we're going to focus on primarily, is the base rate usage charge. Do you see that?
I do.
And then the demand side management cost adjustment, or the DSMCA, is another darker blue. And I think that's the one that is towards the top of all the figures. When we're looking at the three different blues, the DSMCA is the top blue. Do you agree?
Yes.
All right. Then we have the general rate schedule adjustment, which is yellow.
Correct.
And then the extraordinary gas cost recovery rider, which is more of a brown. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, great. So as we walk through this, let's see. Let's talk about okay. Now, let's talk about the gray area. I'm going to focus on that for now. The base rate revenue, the gray, is relatively flat until the first noticeable increase in February of 2020. Do you see that? There's a little bump in the gray in February 2020.
I do. I just want to caution you, you kind of have to look at the GRSA and the base rate charges together, because when you come out of a rate case, essentially, it just depends on if there's a phase two, whether that's all being captured in the base rate usage versus the GRSA, which is what collects that base rate revenue until there's a phase two to move it out by class. So those two things are very much related.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So we see the base rate and the GRSA both going up together to a level of about 30 cents per therm. Do you see that?
I do.
And then there's another base rate increase without the GRSA that with the GRSA too, that occurs in February of 2021. That takes it up to about 50 cents per therm. Do you see that?
I do.
And then there's another significant increase that occurred between August and November of 2023. Oh, no, there's a big one in November 2022. Do you see that?
Yes, that would be the last rate case implementation.
Okay, so that's closer to the 60 cents per therm. Would you agree?
It looks like it's just below that, yeah.
Right. Okay, I know it's hard because we don't have a ruler to draw lines, but based on your view of this chart, would you agree with that that's what the rates appear to be based on, the gray part of the chart, what we've discussed?
I'm going to object to that question. It's very vague, and when you
Okay,
say
yeah, I'll
that,
withdraw it. That's fine. I was just trying to summarize what we just talked about, but that's fine. I'll withdraw it. So, Mr. Berman, it looks like since 2020, in 3.5 to 4 years, residential customers experienced a 150 per therm rate increase based only on base rate increases. Is that right?
Are you saying 150%?
Yes,
from
20
I guess,
cents a therm to nearly 60 cents per therm?
I think in many of those periods when you're looking at the 20, there was a GRSA in place that was really higher than that.
Okay, so you're just bickering with my description of the percentage increase?
Yeah, you're right. I think, I mean, if you look at our rates, they have not gone up by 150% in that period of time.
But you would agree that they went from February of 2020, slightly before 40 cents a therm, to November of 2023 to about 60 cents a therm?
It's really hard for me to tell on this chart, but that might be a lot closer to 50 cents, but I see the increases. I'm sure the data that underlies this chart is available.
I was going to ask you that. I didn't see it in the rate trend report filing. Is it available anywhere else in this docket?
I would have to check. I'm not sure offhand. I do know we also post these rate trend reports on the website in compliance with 291. So certainly it exists.
And it would be easier for us to get to exact figures if we had the underlying data rather than relying on the chart. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree.
But the rate trend report does show an accurate depiction of the rate changes over the last 10 years.
Yes, it does.
And then focusing more on the total increase in rates and all the different categories that we talked about earlier. It looks like the residential rate going back to that February of 2020 date, looks like the residential rate combined is right around between 60 and 70 cents per therm. Would you agree with that?
That looks correct.
And then at one point, it got to be over $1.60 per therm.
That is correct.
And then going down to the next table for small commercial customers. Again, it looks like there's an increase from the February 20th rate to a rate of over $1.40 per therm in August of 2022. Do you see that?
I do, yeah. The spikes are obviously very much dependent on the cost of gas.
Right, it shows the GRSA. The GRSA is in the light blue color.
The GCA, yes.
I mean the GCA, yeah, I apologize. But overall, the small commercial customers at this point, looking at the November 23 figure, that's around slightly less than $1 per therm. You see that?
Correct, yes.
So the small commercial rates doubled from February 2020 to November 2023. Would you agree with that?
From February of 2020?
Yes, it's between 40 and 60, which looks to be right about 50. And then now we're looking at just less than $1 per therm.
It looks a little less than double, but again, that's primarily related to gas costs. And if you extrapolated this chart out, you continue to see it decrease as gas prices have come down.
But the base rate, the gray in the chart, shows an increase. Correct?
Correct.
And that's what the company's asking for, an increase in this proceeding, isn't that right? The base
That's right.
rate revenue increase. Do you know where in the record the bill impact to customers is expressed in per therm rates?
I'm not sure that it is expressed in per therm rates.
So as it sits now, the commission can't tell the per therm rate increase that is being requested by the company in this proceeding?
I would have to double check. We typically file, all of the rate changes. So to the extent that that could be in an attachment, it's not typically how we look at bill impacts. We typically look at bill impacts on a total dollar basis.
Consumers are billed on a per therm rate though, correct?
Correct, but I think they typically are interested in the change that we looked at earlier, which is the change in their actual bill from before and after the rate change. It's been the company's practice historically to provide the bill impacts in the format that they were provided in my testimony that we looked at earlier.
So we can't really tell from this record how the new base rates.
Well, because of the use of a GRSA, we're not actually changing the per therm rates in this case. Where that would happen in a phase 2 proceeding where those actual rates would change. So here we're establishing the revenue requirement and using the GRSA to collect that revenue.
Right, and that would show up in the orange, correct?
Correct.
So the commission has no way, based on this record, to show in the format that you provided in your rate trend report how the GRSA will increase compared to what exists now.
Well, we did walk through the change in the GRSA percentage and how that impacts customers' bills in the previous items we looked at.
Okay, but we can't see that in terms of a per therm rate, which is what is depicted in your rate trend report.
It is correct, and that's why the GRSA has its own line in this report, its own color, because we won't actually change per therm rates coming out of this rate case. That'll occur in a phase 2 case. In this rate case, we'll just set a GRSA. And so if you were to take this chart further out, based on the outcome of this case, you would see a new orange area for the GRSA.
Right, okay. Let me look and see if I'm done with that chart. You testify in your
Ms. Singer, Nelson, if you're done with this line, maybe we should take a break.
Okay.
Are you done with this line?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Chairman Blank.
All right, it's 310. Let's come back at 3:20. I think you're about 50 minutes into your cross, so you got about 30 minutes left, Ms. Singer Nelson.
Thank you. Sure.
All right, 3:20. Ms. Singer Nelson, you got 30 minutes left.
Thank you, Chairman Blank. Can we go back to the exhibit we just had up? Which would be the hearing exhibit 100 attachment 1 and go to page 4, please. Okay, whoops. There we go. All right, Mr. Berman, do you see the chart that is on the screen?
I do.
Can you identify that for us, please?
This is 10-year trend of total gas revenue from the same rate trend report that we were looking at earlier.
So this is revenue, and it's on the far left column. We've got the numbers 0 to 2 billion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And once again, we have colors in the chart that reflect the different rate elements that are on customers' gas bills. Is that right?
That's correct.
So this depicts the revenue associated with each of those rate categories or rate elements, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm looking at the 2023 bar first. It looks like the gas revenue is $1.8 billion. Is that right?
The total revenue, yes.
And then the revenues appear to be unchanged between 2022 and 2023. So for 2022 as well, it's $1.8 billion of total revenues.
Looks very close to the same, yes.
And between 2021 and 2022, the bars show that the rate went from 1.2 billion to 1.8. So that's a $600 million increase in 1 year.
That looks about correct. Granted that the vast majority of that is in the gas cost.
But those are revenues to the company in the billions.
Those are revenues, but the gas cost, recall, is dollar for dollar cost to the company pass through.
Right, it's a pass through that consumers have to pay, correct?
It is the cost of the gas that the consumers use, correct?
Right, so the consumers pay for that in their rates.
They do.
And then in 2020, it appears that the revenue was right around the $1 billion figure. Is that accurate?
Yes, that looks right almost at the line.
So in 2 years, the gas revenue increased by $800 million.
Total revenue, yes, again, driven primarily by fuel costs.
And here we discussed before that public service is requesting another $169.6 million in increased base rate revenues, correct?
That's correct.
Let's see. Oh, did you review Mr. Skluzak, UCA witness Skluzak's testimony in preparation for the hearing today?
I did.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 500, please, which is Mr. Skluzak's answer testimony? And I'd like to go to page 26. And that's going down to line 10. From lines 10 to 20, Mr. Skluzak discusses the ever-increasing dividend payouts by public services parent company. Is that right?
Just refreshing on
Sure.
this.
Sure.
Yes, he appears to be discussing the changes in dividend payouts.
Okay, and lines 15 and 16, he discusses a dividend increase for shareholders of 0.5475 per share per quarter, or $2.19 per annum for 2024.
I see he's discussed that, yes.
And Mr. Skluzak also notes that Excel has increased its dividend payments for 21 consecutive years. I think you can, yep.
I do see that he said that, yes.
And that's, he's referring to a document in footnote 15 that describes that 21-year consecutive dividend payout.
I see the reference, and certainly Mr. Johnson would be able to speak to dividends and why the company sets them as they do.
Can we pull up Hearing Exhibit 500, Attachment CWS 7, which is a public service response to discovery? And this has already been admitted into evidence in this case. And scroll down. Okay. Mr. Berman, oh, can you scroll up a little bit? Thank you. Can you see that it asked for you to provide a schedule of the dividends, or for the company to provide a schedule of the dividends declared and dividends paid to Excel by public service for the past 10 years?
I can see that. I also saw that this was sponsored by Mr. Johnson, so any detail on these numbers should be directed to him.
Okay, I was just going to ask you to observe the increases in dividends from 2013 through 2023 as shown on this chart.
I see the increases as shown on this chart, and again, think Mr. Johnson would be a witness that could explain in detail why these occur.
All right, so year 2013, the dividends paid was $264 million. Is that right?
That looks correct.
And in 2023, the dividends paid were $652 million. Is that right?
Also looks correct.
All right, we can take that down. We'll move on. Let's talk about the 13-month average rate base issue and a little bit about the ROE debate in this proceeding. Mr. Berman, in your rebuttal testimony, you state that the two issues that are key to the company in this case are cost of capital and rate case methodology. Is that right?
I think I stated that those are the two key issues with respect to the revenue requirement and the most impactful issues.
That's right. You also testify that the use of average rate base simply acts as a driver for more frequent rate cases. Is that right?
It sounds familiar. If you want to point me to the exact statements, essentially as discussed with staff's attorney, the use of average rate base is going to create more regulatory lag, especially when paired with a historic test year. And so, yes, that's going to result in more frequent rate cases because it's going to continue to put set rates based on a period of time that's not representative of the time the customers are actually paying those rates.
Do you recall that the commission's final decision in the last rate case that we talked about earlier, the 2022 rate case, came out in December of 2022, and that public service received year-end rate base in that case?
Yes, I do recall that.
And public service filed this rate case in January of this year, correct?
Correct.
So public service filed this 2024 phase 1 rate case about 13 months after receiving year-end rate base for its 2022 gas rate case. Isn't that right?
That's right. And I do believe the test year in that case was 2021. So again, regulatory lag will exist in an HTY regardless of year-end rate base or average rate base. Year-end rate base is just going to produce less lag than average rate base. So it's not going to eliminate a need for rate cases when investments are continuing and rate base is growing, which is what we've seen. And so it's certainly not unexpected that there's been another rate case.
Oh,
Sorry.
and to the extent the commission orders a 13-month average rate case in this proceeding, do you think you'll file another rate case in less than the 13 months that you filed this rate case following the last rate case, even when a year-end rate-based methodology was approved?
It's possible. I mean, it depends on a number of things in the case and outcomes, right? All of these pieces pair together and are determinative of this decision of when to file a rate case. It's not any one single issue that drives that decision.
So we might see another rate case proceeding in 2025.
The company has not decided on when it's planning to file the next rate case, and certainly part of that decision depends on the outcome in this case.
All right, let's move on. You testify in your rebuttal testimony that in the context of the issues for cost of capital and the rate-based methodology, staff's and UCA's recommendations on these issues would have a significant impact on the financial health of the overall utility and would be contrary to sound rate-making policy. Do you recall that?
I do.
Focusing just on UCA's recommendation for a 13-month average rate-based methodology for a 2023 historic test year, your assertion is that this is contrary to sound rate-making policy, correct?
My assertion is the pairing of those things certainly is outside of the bounds of what we've seen across the country from other commissions in other rate cases in the last 18 months. Ms. Bulkley testifies to the average ROEs that have been awarded to utilities that are well above what's been recommended in this case by UCA. And then average rate base in an HTY, again, is putting a significant amount of lag, especially at a time when the PSIA has now been built into base rates and been dissolved, creates an even greater burden than it has in the past when that rate-based methodology has been used and the PSIA existed.
Mr. Berman, do you want me to direct you to exactly in your rebuttal testimony where you talked about the specific significant impact that the 13-month average rate-based methodology would have and result in it would be contrary to sound rate-making policy?
Sure. You could just point me to exactly where I said that.
Okay, let's go to rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 124 at page 8, lines 5 through 7. So does this refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I think this says this is referring to both ROE and rate-based methodology.
And you say that staff and UCA's recommendations would have a significant impact on the financial health of the overall utility and would be contrary to sound rate-making policy.
Correct. And what I just said was I was referring to both of these issues in tandem, not one specifically.
The commission in the 2017 proceeding, public service gas rate proceeding, approved a 13-month average rate-based methodology in that proceeding, correct?
I'm sorry, what year did you say?
2017?
2017, yes.
And then the company appealed that to Denver District Court. Do you recall that?
I do, generally.
And the district court denied the company's appeal of the 13-month average rate-based methodology decision?
Sounds correct, but again, that was several years ago.
So wouldn't you say that the commission and the district court both disagreed with your assertion that a 13-month average rate-based method is contrary to sound rate-making policy?
I think the commission makes those decisions with broad discretion in the context of a rate case that includes a number of issues. And I think the court acknowledged the commission's broad discretion to make those decisions.
And that included approving the 13-month average methodology?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Can we take this down, that exhibit down? Thank you. I've got an exhibit in box, hearing exhibit 506. And Mr. Berman, I'll just have you authenticate this document. Can you identify what's on the screen?
This looks like a discovery response from the company, UCA 26-5.
Can we look at subsection C, please? Well, let's scroll to the bottom and I'll move for admission. Mr. Berman, did you sponsor this discovery response?
I am one of the sponsors, yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move for admission of hearing exhibit 506.
Ms. Brahma, any objection?
No objections.
So moved.
Thank you. Can we move to the question in subpart C? So it says focusing just on UCA's recommendations for a 13-month average rate-based methodology for a 2023 historic test year. Is it Mr. Berman's assertion that if just UCA's recommendations were approved, there would be a significant impact on the financial health of the overall utility? Please provide documentation. Do you see that question?
I do.
And then let's look at your answer into subpart C. You state that application of the rate base would cause the company to recover roughly 10% less of its total revenue deficiency. Is that an accurate statement of your response?
That's correct.
In your testimony and rebuttal, you state that the impact of the 13-month average rate base versus a year-end rate base would be about $25 million on the revenue requirement. Do you recall that?
I think that has been corrected, since been corrected to $18 million.
Thank you. And I'll ask you to, can we pull up hearing exhibit 507 out of the UCA's box? And again, Mr. Berman, I just ask you to identify the document.
Yeah, another discovery question, 2613.
And we'll move down to the bottom of it. Are you one of the sponsors?
I am.
And I would like to move for admission of hearing exhibit 507.
Ms. Brahma?
No objection.
So moved.
So in your response here, this is where you clarify that the difference between the company's rate base methodology and UCA's rate base my tongue's getting tied. UCA's rate base methodology is $18 million rather than 25, correct?
That's correct.
So if year-end rate base is approved, that's an additional $18 million that ratepayers will bear in base rates, correct?
It will increase the revenue requirement by $18 million, correct?
Thank you. All right, I just have a couple more questions. Let me make sure. Yes. All right, let's turn to the return on equity, the ROE. Would you agree that the company's ROE request is 10.10%, which is a reduction from the percent in the direct testimony of 10.25%?
Yes.
And then are you aware that UCA's recommended ROE is in the range of 9.0% to 9.4%?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay. In the last public service gas rate case, the commission approved an ROE in the range of 9.2% to 9.5%, correct?
Correct, as part of the stated WACC and ranges the commission approved.
Do you agree that the impact of public services ROE compared to UCA's proposed ROE is more than $44 million?
Having not done those calculations, it doesn't sound out of the realm of what I would expect them to be for a roughly 100 basis point difference in ROE.
Ms. Federico, can we pull up hearing exhibit 501 attachment RAF2, which is UCA's revenue requirement model? And again, it's kind of small. If you don't mind increasing the size a little bit. I'm going to focus on the very last column and the
When you say last,
very
sorry, do you
last
mean
line. So
left
the
or right?
far right. Yeah, far right. Yeah, far right column. All right. And the name of the column is UCA net revenue requirement. Okay. And actually it's the second to last column. Very bottom.
Is this where you want it, or?
No, all the way at the bottom of the chart. Thank you. Okay. So here it says that top of the column is labeled change due to cost of capital. And the amount is $44,802,000. Do you see that?
I do. I believe that is a combination of the UCA's recommended changes to both the capital structure and the ROE.
That's correct. So that difference is $44 million compared to the company's proposal.
Correct.
At several places, and we can take this down, Ms. Federico, thank you. At several places in your rebuttal testimony, you described the authorized ROE as a function of what investors require to provide capital investment. Is that accurate?
That is one of the metrics, yes, that investors look at when providing capital.
And isn't it true that Colorado's policies aim to achieve decreased greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 and 2050 are inconsistent? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't let you finish.
Okay. Isn't it true that Colorado's policies aim to achieve decreased greenhouse gas emissions is inconsistent with attracting capital and natural gas infrastructure going forward?
I don't think I would agree with that. I don't think that those goals are inconsistent with continuing to invest in a safe and reliable system for the 1.5 million customers that still rely on that service.
Do you agree that natural gas actually results in greenhouse gas emissions?
The customer's combustion through use of their appliances does result in greenhouse gas emissions.
Right. And so the Colorado state policy is to decrease greenhouse gas emissions.
It is.
So including additional investment in order to enable additional natural gas usage would be inconsistent with the policy of reducing greenhouse gas emissions?
Again, I would disagree. I mean, the fact of the matter is the company invests in the natural gas system for many reasons. Safety, reliability are two of those reasons, and continuing to serve customers whom request natural gas service that the company's obligated to serve is another reason. I don't think that it's inconsistent with the state policy for the company to continue to serve its gas customers.
Do you agree that more capital investments going forward could lead to more stranded assets and plant?
I think it's a function of what we see in the future. I mean, the potential for stranded assets, if there is a significant reduction in usage or significant customer exodus from the gas system, is there. It doesn't change the fact that we need to invest in these assets for the customers that use them today.
Let me take a minute to review my notes, Mr. Chairman, and I think I'm done. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Berman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commission Counsel, any questions for Mr. Berman?
No questions.
Commissioner Plant?
Hi. Hi, Mr. Berman. Good afternoon. It's good to see you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Plant.
I just had a couple of quick questions here. I wanted to kind of ask you a little bit about your testimony when you were talking about, I'm assuming it's using a forward-looking test year and the possibilities of having fewer or less frequent rate cases. How would you perceive that working?
So it sounds like a very general question, right? We're moving into a construct here where we're getting ready to file the first litigated GIP next year, which will lay out investment for the commission to examine and approve for the next 6 years. How that pairs with our clean heat plans, I think it also works in tandem there in the cadence with the clean heat plans. So from an efficiency standpoint, I do think we would see less proceedings if we were to look at multi-year plans for rate cases. And that doesn't always mean they have to be 3 or 4 forward-looking test years. There's a lot of ways to construct multi-year plans. And I know that it's a big challenge to think through, what that looks like and whether that's done through rule, but certainly even as we think about the electric side of the business and all of the various riders and proceedings that we have there to seek recovery, it's a lot of proceedings. And it feels inefficient at times, right? That we go through, maybe 5 or 6 different types of proceedings and setting rates. And is there an opportunity to condense that into one? It's a big undertaking. I think it's certainly something that we should continue to consider. As it relates to gas here, I think as we look at the gas infrastructure plans and come out of those litigated plans with decisions that presumably are approving the assets that are proposed there, pairing that with a multi-year rate structure could make a lot of sense. And there's a lot of opportunities to build in performance metrics and customer protections into those structures. I think it doesn't have to be, you know, a completely clear cut 3 FTYs. You know, we've looked at these things like earnings tests in the past. I think there's a lot of opportunity there to consider. Now, we didn't bring that in this proceeding, and that was intentional, given the time frame that we're in and the clean heat plan pending when we filed this case and the GIP coming up next year.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to understand sort of the mechanics of how it would work, but because you had mentioned it in your testimony, and I just was trying to get a little bit more of an insight into that. When Ms. McLaughlin was asking you about your rebuttal testimony and the list of actions there, you said that it was intended to be a list of policy goals, not necessarily to reduce rates, but to contain customer rate impacts while achieving policy goals. Is that an accurate characterization?
Yeah, I think so. It was basically a list of things the company brought forward and considered in this case to both advance towards policy goals and also ensure financial stability of the company in its request.
So like you were giving the example, decoupling proposal may impact rates to go either up or down, but wouldn't disincentivize efficiency investments, or, you know, shift the equity ratio, the ROE, as long as these are done in a broader look at achieving a policy goal. That would be the objective.
Correct.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. And Ms. Singer Nelson was just now asking about the, you know, potential of stranded assets, and this is something that the commission has talked about in other cases about, you know, an inherent risk associated with decreasing numbers of gas customers over time as we're looking out into the future, and how that may be expected to have an upward impact on rates in the long term. How does a company think about that?
So I think, you know, from a theory perspective, I think we all can agree that coming out of the Clean Heat Plan and the programs that we will see implemented through that, we would expect to see those result in more electrification and fewer customers requesting gas service, and potentially decreased throughput for those that continue to use the system. And so I agree that there's certainly a concern about long-term potential for stranded assets. I think it's based on where we are today, I think it's fairly long-term. We haven't seen the customers declining to this point. Could that change very soon? Possibly. But I think it's a little early to be making, I'd hate to make a knee-jerk reaction that results in increased customer costs today that are maybe not necessary. I think that's why the company put forward this alternative to consider, to gradually start to accelerate depreciation in a way that makes sense from a customer cost perspective. Like if we think about 1% of our residential customers' bill, and if we think that that's an appropriate amount for customers today to pay to start to accelerate and protect against future stranded assets, that's about $15 million. And so we didn't include that as a recommendation, but we're certainly open and agreeable to a policy like that if the commission wants to start to accelerate depreciation and for concern around stranded assets.
Okay, that makes sense. And is it, I mean, I would imagine it's reasonable to try and mitigate those costs to the extent that we can, or the potential for stranded assets like that to the extent.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. And I think what you're going to see in the next depreciation study is that, we still lack, and Mr. Mueller talks about this in his testimony in this case, we still lack definitive policy or definitive data to suggest, a change in asset lives that's not based on engineering, right? To say like we think the assets are going to retire, like if we were to early retire a coal plant is what I usually liken it to. That's a policy where we can have a stated policy that we're going to retire a plant 20 years early, and we can build depreciation rates now to reflect the new asset life. We don't really have that here. And there's various ways we could look at analysis, one of which we intend to undertake in this depreciation study of, as we see declining throughput, what do we think that throughput looks like from now to the end of life of the system? Now, that's the tricky part, is what's the end of life of the system, and making an assumption there. But you could build a depreciation rate to follow the decline in throughput to better match that and collect the cost to recover those assets over a different period of time based on what you expect throughput to do. I think the key is we're pretty early in the process. And as we move through this, we're going to get better and better data every year as we see customer adoption change. And that's going to inform the next depreciation study. So we have an opportunity to start to make changes today, but we're going to have better information to make those changes with as we move forward.
Right. Gotcha. On the issue around executive compensation, I think it's reasonable to assume that a significant part of a CEO's job is to maximize shareholder value. That's kind of one of the big roles of a CEO, is a shareholder relations and maximizing ROE, reducing regulatory lag, maximizing profits, innovation, finding efficiency in operations, all those things. So as we're looking at some of the executive compensation here, and they're trying to maximize shareholder value, certainly, how is that portion of their role directly serving ratepayers, or how do you see it serving ratepayers?
I think a lot of the things you just mentioned are dual purposed, right? So maximizing that value and ensuring efficient operations is part of how you can maximize that value. But also, as I've talked a lot about in my testimony, having a return and a capital structure that allows the company to go out and compete effectively for capital benefits our customers. And in the long term, certainly can provide more value than if we were to end up in a position where we were downgraded or our cost of capital changes from that perspective. So I think, for a long time, and I think Mr. Johnson could talk more about this, we floated around the cusp of the lower ends of some of those financial metrics, especially on the gas side of the business. And as Ms. Bulkley points out, our current return is well below the national average. And you pair that with a historic test year and average rate base, you'll get to a point very quickly where on day one, whatever the authorized return is, company's likely going to under earn that by 100 basis points, just by virtue of regulatory lag. So those are the things I think that we should be thinking about. And I think when executives are focused on, returning that value, they're trying to do it in a way that's balanced, because at the end of the day, we depend on our customers, and the company's only as successful as providing quality service to our customers.
It's a pretty unique business, I think, really, when you look at, comparative sort of, Fortune 500 companies or whatever it might be, the utility, particularly the regulated utility business, is a unique one, I think. And that's where I think I'm sort of challenged a bit at looking at the levels of the executive compensation, understanding that you're trying to attract people in a competitive marketplace, but the work of the other competing companies out there is not similar to to the work of a regulated utility where you've got the ratepayers directly, you know, footing the bill for various things that maybe are not focused on their specific and direct interest. So I'm trying to understand, you know, how that percentage breaks down. And when you've got, yeah, I mean, I understand that you got to compete in the marketplace to get, you know, to attract, you know, talent, but it is a different market, right? And so how much of that responsibility should fall on the ratepayers? Should it be 100%? Should it be something else, 50%, 20%? I don't know. I just wanted to see if you had thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think I would encourage you to maybe talk to Mr. Deslich a little bit about that. And I do think that we design our executive compensation to be competitive with others industry players, not outside of the utility industry necessarily. So I don't think, like, you know, we're trying to compete with Google and Microsoft for their types, the executives that they're
Let's
trying
hope
to
not.
attract. Yeah, if they did, I think we'd be talking about a whole different comp structure here. But yeah, I think Mr. Deslich is much more well versed in kind of that structure of the compensation and why it is structured the way it is.
All right, great, thanks. I don't have any further questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Commissioner Gelman.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Berman.
Good afternoon.
Just have a couple questions for you. Can you kind of briefly describe for me at a high level what types of expenditures show up in the new business category of expenditures?
Yes, I'm gonna probably keep it at a pretty high level. Mr. Gardner is going to do a better job of getting detailed about that, but it's one of the things I think that's important to recognize about the new business category is that it's not all investment related to just bringing new customers onto the system. We also see things like replacement of meters for existing customers fall into that category. And these categories, I think you're aware, when we moved into the gas infrastructure planning kind of construct, we shuffled things around between categories to align everything with the gas planning rules. But there are things, you know, there is a significant portion of that bucket related to replacement of meters and other, I think, customer cited kind of infrastructure for existing customers and not just new customers. And then certainly all of the things that all the investments that are made to bring on new customers who are requesting service.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. And I know there was a table that essentially showed new business expenditures for additions that were made in 2022 and 2023. And essentially the value shown in there was $238.1 million in those new expenditures or new capital additions, 2022 and 2023. Which comprised about 23.8% of the capital additions in that time period. So I just wanted to relate this to something else to kind of understand how things look moving forward. Are you roughly aware that Senate Bill 23-291 required changes to the company's line extension policy?
I am.
Can you go over maybe at a high level what changes you understand to be necessary or have already been undertaken by the company in order to respond to some of the directives around changes to customer cost responsibility and line extension allowances?
Yeah, I'm probably not going to get everything just right, but there have been, I think, 3 dates that policy has changed. And at each of those dates, the line extension policy changed for new applications after that date, the last of which was June of this year. So we've now implemented all of the changes the company has filed and the commission has approved to line extension, which eliminate the 28%, I think it was, offsite credit and the cost of the meter for customers borne by the customer. So the company started to look at this, and I would certainly expect if where you're going with this question is how does that impact the new business bucket going forward? We expect to see decreases in the tens of millions of dollars to that bucket annually. So if that's, you know, $100-ish million a year that you're seeing there, I would expect when we really start to get to a point now, again, this is for new applications primarily after June of this year, and there's some period of time it takes for those applications to turn into the actual investment that the customer will cover. We'll start to see an offsetting customer contribution there. And I would expect to see that new business category declining at least by $10 to $20 million annually once fully implemented.
Okay. Yeah, and looking at this $238 million figure, which I understand to represent essentially 2 years of capital additions, so average 119 million a year. Do you have any idea kind of the proportion in terms of how that breaks out, at least for the years represented, in terms of how much of that was the type of things that are being eliminated, like the offsite allowance, service line contributions, the meters and regulators, versus this kind of replacement of existing gear on existing residences?
I think that there was a table in Mr. Gardner's testimony. Now, it didn't talk about this specifically but there was a table, I think, that broke down into like 4 categories that you're maybe referring to for what falls into that new business investment. And a chunk of this is going to be in meters, right? Because that's a big place where the policy has changed for customers paying for the meter. And then there will be some other areas, but I do think that this is something that we plan to bring forward in the GIP and have, you know, much better line of sight to exactly how we expect those costs to be adjusted based on the line extension policy changes.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. I'm just trying to get kind of some better insight into how we expect this to play out. I know kind of the general assumption with a lot of these expenses that y'all bring to the rate cases is that essentially they continue to increase into the future. And this seems like perhaps a notable divergence from that general principle, in that existing policy or policy as it is now that is in various stages of being implemented essentially necessitates that this line item will likely decrease, in my opinion, unless you disagree with kind of that assessment.
No, I agree with that assessment.
Okay. I just wanted to talk briefly about the upcoming depreciation study.
Sure.
The company's planning on completing. So my understanding on the timing of that will be within 60 days of completion of the finalization. Not sure I have the exact word right, of the clean heat proceeding. Is that accurate?
6 months. I
6
think
months, sorry.
60 days. There is another proceeding within 60 days, right, on cost causation.
Yes.
Which is something that's kind of intertwined here, I think.
Yes. Okay. Yes, you're totally right. 6 months for that to start. It sounded to me like from some of your prior testimony, you're a bit uncertain as to the scope of the upcoming depreciation study. So just wanted to get a better understanding. Is that accurate, or has the company already scoped and started that study, just for my understanding?
Yeah, we're in the process of doing that. We have engaged our consultant to perform the study, but you know, what I was talking kind of with Commissioner Plant about is what typical depreciation study would be based on engineering lives, right? And that's not necessarily the intent here. We're thinking about how policy is going to impact the lives of these assets. And that's where I think we do have a lack of information to really do anything more than make some broad assumptions. You know, as we see adoption of some of the clean heat programs, as we start to see data that shows customer adoption of heat pumps and other things that are really impacting the system, it's going to provide a lot more, I think, for future studies to use to determine that, because we can't necessarily say to our consultant that we think regulator stations need to decrease their lives by 20 years. Like, we don't have any policy that dictates something like that. So we're looking at things like that units of production that I mentioned. Now, the challenge with that, again, is that the way that analysis would typically be performed, and I think Atmos did this maybe in their clean heat plan, is you'd pick an end date for the system, and then you'd say, okay, from now until that end date, here's what the units of production each year look like. And you could set your rates based on a decreasing units of production over time. Well, we don't really have knowledge of what an end date to the system will look like. So we'll have to make some assumptions there. But I do think there's analysis that we can do and plan to do. And I think that proceeding will present an opportunity for the commission to inject questions and potentially ask for us to look at different analysis as well.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up the units of production method, because I was going to ask you if you were familiar. Of course you are. I wanted to ask about one other kind of somewhat related concept there, especially with regard to how you might plan to pursue it in that depreciation study, just from my understanding. And that's the net salvage. Being that so much of the net salvage is presumably based upon the estimated inflation over the years it's expected to be in service, that brings the useful life or estimated useful life of that equipment to be an important characteristic in the net salvage calculation as well. So curious if your plans involve, or if it's possible when you look at the depreciation study, to also involve net salvage in that, to the extent of using a similar methodology. You know, if the units of production works and you all can try to project that forward, is that also something reasonable to bring to the net salvage discussion, to have perhaps a better realization as to the actual time period that we're talking about for decommissioning of these assets? You know, if presumably, if depreciation wise, we have a new assumption on the life of the assets, it seems to me that could carry over into the net salvage lifetime that you're using to determine that total cost. So I know that was a super long explanation, but just curious as to your understanding on the relationship of those, and if that's something you all think you will be looking at as well as part of that study.
Yeah, I think that what the concept you're saying makes a lot of sense, and that there is an impact on the salvage rate based on the change in any depreciation rate. And so, yes, that certainly would be in scope in this study. The piece that I think is more time consuming is to actually try to more accurately estimate the total cost of retiring the system, right? Which is ultimately what you're going to need to collect in order to fund it. And that's the piece where I think that there's a lot of challenges in that, and I don't know that there's any universal way to do that, or that anyone's really undertaken that on a gas utility. So that something novel around what that cost looks like is probably not going to happen in the study that's going to get filed in 6 months. But I think that's something that we should be talking about, and that could be part of a separate dismantle or decommissioning and dismantling study in the future. You know, Mr. Mueller could talk a little bit more about this. There's different ways to do this, and certainly there's kind of different ways we account for this from asset retirement obligations on our financial statements versus what goes in our depreciation rates. But I do think there will be an impact on those rates based on any changes in the depreciation rates themselves, as you suggest.
Okay, and you see that as being in scope.
That's in scope
for that. One other thing too, I mean, it seems to me this units, I keep missing it, units of production method is very much reliant upon well-informed gas throughput forecasting as well. So not unrelated to some of the efforts we're undertaking elsewhere I don't
Right.
know if there's a question there, but.
No, I mean, I understand the comment, and I think that it kind of goes back to what I was talking about before when I say like we're in the early stages. We're going to have plenty of the future depreciation studies, and we don't have to do everything in this one, right? Like I think we will have ample opportunity informed by better data and different policies in the future. And I think each incremental step will work its way towards getting us there.
Yeah, and just perhaps to the extent to which you can lay out a methodology that can be looked at by folks and then move forward. Obviously, conditions will change, but it would be nice if we didn't relitigate and refight about some of the basic kind of methodology concepts every time. So that could be something it seems could be accomplished in the first go around, even if we don't have all the data perfect.
Yep.
One other question, when we talk about decommissioning, the commission had asked a supplemental direct question to essentially get some trending information related to the method of decommissioning in terms of, essentially what percentage of assets are retired in place versus physically removed, which is clearly a much more expensive and intensive process. And the response, just to paraphrase, I think the company could find about 4 projects in the last 5 years that were actually physically removed from the ground. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yeah, my general understanding is a vast majority of it is left in place.
So I was curious, I mean, clearly that's a lower cost option for decommissioning. But I figure you might be the right witness to answer a more general question for me in terms of, do your franchise agreements or any other right-of-way agreements or anything have any bearing on your decision on if infrastructure is removed or retired in place? I'm curious if the vast majority of this is being retired in place. Is that the expectation of a lot of these agreements over the long term?
It's a good question. I don't necessarily know the answer to. I would suspect it's not something that has been contemplated significantly in those franchise agreements in the past, just because I don't know that there was an expectation that there was going to be a lot of retirement. And as things were replaced, obviously, if you're in the ground replacing something, you're removing the old. My best guess is that this will be a bigger issue maybe in the future as those agreements come up for renewal. But I don't know of anything that's in them that impacts this today.
Okay, just curious as we're talking depreciation, net salvage,
Yeah.
are we making assumptions that are consistent with what the other stakeholders also expect to happen with regard
Sure.
to any decommissioning that might happen on the system?
Yep, that's a good question. We could certainly look into that and get more information.
Who knows? Could be a helpful thing as part of the depreciation study to better understand. Those are my only questions. Thank you, Mr. Berman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gellman. Good afternoon, Mr. Berman.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Is it fair to say that public service is a single legal entity that is financed and rated by the credit agencies as such, with one set of consolidated financials across both the electric and gas sectors? And I'm really just paraphrasing something Mr. Johnson said.
Yes, that's a fair statement.
At the same time, my understanding is that common equity is raised at the Xcel Energy holding company level across both the electric and natural gas businesses, and not specific to the public service company natural gas business. Is that fair?
Fair, yes. Certainly Mr. Johnson is going to be much more well-versed in that holding company issues than I will.
Understood. I just want to talk a little bit about the big picture financial situation. Can we pull up what has been marked as hearing exhibit 1100? And let me just say, this is the Xcel Energy. It's called Steel for Fuel 2.0, and it's a September investor meeting presentation from this month. And if we could turn to, just first of all, do you recognize this as a investor meeting presentation? And I understand Mr. Johnson will be more of the expert on this.
Yeah, I do recognize it.
All right, can we go to page 54? So I guess this is entitled Rate of Equity Results, Ongoing Earnings. Would you agree at the holding company Xcel Energy level, you're getting 11.09%?
Again, Mr. Johnson's the expert on, the difference in the holding company versus the operating companies, but yes, that's what this says.
And when you were responding to UCA and talking about the lower return on equity at the public service company level, I assume that's a 7.82.
Correct.
And if we could just go to page 6 for a second. It seems like the target is 9 to 11%. And I know from reading the credit agency reports that there's a bunch of concern about wildfire mitigation. But at least on this metric of ROE, it seems like 11.09 is higher than this range. Is that fair?
Yeah, but I guess the 11.09 is just the holding company, right? And this total return encompasses all the operating companies in the holding company.
Right. All right. Let's turn to page 63, if we would. Good. So this is labeled Public Service Company Based Capital Expenditures by Function. Do you see that?
I do.
And would you agree with me that this shows a total cumulative 5-year capital budget of over $19 billion?
It does, yes.
All right. That just seems like a stunning number to me, Mr. Berman.
It's a big number. And obviously a lot of that on the electric side, but yes.
All right. Keep this handy, Ms. Federico, but can we pull up hearing exhibit 1101 for a second? And let me represent to you that this is basically the same thing for March 2023. And if we could go to page 69. Do you see that? I mean, it's not quite the same years. It's 2023 to 2027. But do you see that the 5 years is 11.3 billion?
I do.
So basically, in 1 year, you've increased your capital budget by something like $8 billion. Is that fair? Or I guess it's 70%. It works out to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely representative of a lot of what's happening on the electric side with regard to the resource plans and new generation resources, follow on transmission and distribution, and knowing that all that's coming in the distribution system plan later this year as well. But I think from a gas perspective, it's about the same or less.
Yeah,
what it was. Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you could take this down and put up the other one again for a sec. And
So a
just
little less.
Yeah, just to put this in perspective, I think our total gas and electric rate base is maybe $15 billion, currently $11 billion in electric and $4 billion in gas, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So this is basically doubling the public service company rate base. It depends, I guess, a little on depreciation, but more or less. Is that fair?
It's a significant period of investment. Yes, it's fair.
And is it fair to say that this does not present evidence of a company struggling to raise capital to invest in Colorado?
Well, I mean, this is the planned capital. We haven't raised this capital yet, and so I mean, I think Mr. Johnson will express some of the risk and concern we have around wildfire and other things potentially impacting our ability to raise this capital and what the cost to raise it will be.
to the best of your knowledge, and I can ask Mr. Johnson, but is the wildfire mitigation plan spending in here? I think not.
For the most part, I believe not.
And did the company ever inform us about these proposed capital cost increases? And do we ever get a chance to opine on this before we see it in an individual ad hoc proceeding or after the fact in a rate case? I mean, I'm just digging up stuff from the financial community.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of pieces to that question, right? I mean, like certainly the resource plans have a lot of the generation investment that come in front of you guys to look at and approve that'll be in the generation line. We're going to be filing a big distribution system plan, and that's going to have all these years that you're looking at here. So you'll have an opportunity to evaluate that in that plan. And this is representative of a plan that is in place and being communicated to the investment community, but many of the pieces of this plan will come to the commission in planning proceedings, whether it be DSP, GIPS on the gas side now, resource plans. From a transmission perspective, I think we have a couple different planning proceedings that go with transmission. So those are where I think it may not be, the timing may not be the same as when it gets presented at this level to the investment community, but there are planning proceedings, I think, for the vast majority of these investments.
One last question on the electric side. Since 2010, let me represent to you that retail electric sales growth in Colorado has averaged about 0.3% per year. So just any thoughts on how we keep rates from rapidly rising, if we have to spread these greatly higher capital costs over a relatively fixed electric sales base?
Yeah, I'm going to stay pretty high level on this so I don't get too far out over my skis, but I think there's...
And we are in a gas rate case.
And we are in a gas rate case, right? So there's a number of potentials here. I think we expect to see those numbers on the load increase significantly. I think one of the things is probably in this investor presentation is around data centers and the load that we expect to see from that. And we're going to see more like a 1 to 3% increase there. I think that particular opportunity presents a chance to structure rates in a way where if a Google or Microsoft or somebody doing a lot of AI powering wants to come in and get a load from the company, wants to be here in Colorado, there's an opportunity to charge them a rate that helps offset some of these costs for residential customers, for example.
And depending on how much we discount the rate.
And I know that has been a historic practice. I don't expect that we would be discounting the rates going forward, right? I think that there's definitely a demand there, and there's a demand for that capacity that not a lot of utilities can meet today. And so those companies are really looking for what they can get in the near term, and I think willing to pay for that. So that's one opportunity at a super high level. I think, we talked about potentially beneficial electrification, seeing more conversion over to the electric system. Now that presents challenges we've talked about on the gas side in this proceeding, but I would expect that the growth on the electric side is going to significantly outpace what it's been for the last 10 years.
All right, fair enough. Let's shift to capital spending on the natural gas side. Just looking at this, it looks like in 2024, you're telling the financial community you're going to spend $460 million on your natural gas business. Am I reading that line correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, you can take this down. Can we, so 460 million in 2024, let's look at 2023 and what's in this rate case. Can we turn to Mr. Gardner's direct testimony at hearing exhibit 105 at page 13? And I think what you'll see is that 2023 spending is way above what you're projecting or what that table showed for natural gas spending. I think that Mr. Gardner's saying it's 536 million, page 13. So do you see that 536 million for 2023?
Yeah, this is capital additions for one, not capital spend. So you're going to get more lumpiness in the additions than you will in the spend, because this is actually how much capital went in service in 2023. So
Well,
some
can
of
you do
the
that again? Why
spend,
is that?
the spend could have occurred in 2022 or even 2021, and the project goes in service in 23. So I do think Mr. Gardner has capital spend tables as well, which is more indicative and
Right.
apples to apples with the chart you were looking at.
But I guess just focusing on 2022 versus 2023, it looks like there's a very large increase, like capital spending's jumping by 15%.
Yeah, and I think that has a lot to do with the lumpiness of additions, because the actual spend from year to year has been fairly consistent on the gas business.
And so you would not expect, so you think the 2023 year is an anomaly and that spending is not increasing. I mean, if you looked at that rate trend graph that UCA put up there, I mean, it's showing very large increases in capital spending over time.
I mean, I think so. For one, when we looked at the investor deck that we had up, the spend was pretty much the same, I think, every year. And I'd also point out from the discussion I had with Commissioner Gilman that those spend numbers are not contemplating the customer contributions from the change in line extension policy. So those would be like the company would outlay the spend, but the customer would potentially provide a contribution in aid of construction that would offset some of those future years. So we would expect it to be net even less.
But the capital additions is what's going in the rate base. So this is all net of customer contributions.
This should be, yes. And this could, so when you look at additions, like you could see it move around more significantly up and down from year to year, just depending on the in-service date. Because you could have projects that went in service in January, and the vast majority of the spend on those projects occurred in the previous year. But because it went in service in January, you're seeing on this chart the entire amount as a 2023 number.
All right. Just briefly talk about the 15-year rate forecast provided by Mr. Matley in his supplemental direct testimony. It's confidential, and I don't want to try and clear the room, but subject to later check, if I represented to you that sales were projected to decline fairly significantly, I think because of the clean heat plan conversation you had with Commissioner Gilman, beneficial electrification. Any reason to doubt that representation that sales are going to decline fairly significantly?
No, I think that we used in that 15-year model something consistent with what was put forward in clean heat.
All right. And that also showed, Mr. Matley also showed rapidly declining capital spending, which is not necessarily what you're communicating to the financial community. It's more or less flat.
Yeah, I think in those first 5 years, I think a lot of that decline starts to come after year 5 in that model. But agree that the changes in that model are driven more by a decrease in unit sales than they are by an increase in revenue requirement.
So I guess again, I guess we don't have a clear record whether capital is going to keep increasing, although I think it has significantly increased, but maybe now you're saying and maybe this is more a question for Mr. Gardner, but it sounds like we're spreading a fairly fixed amount of capital over a declining sales base. So it sounds like over time we may start to substantially raise customer rates. And I think that's what the modeling showed in the clean heat plan. And it's what Mr. Matley shows if we don't really substantially reduce capital costs in the natural gas business. Any comments on that thinking?
I think that's correct, and I think that's why you started to see some of the, there's assumptions being made because we haven't actually seen that scenario play out yet, right? We're still seeing customers added to the system every year, not leaving the system. But I agree that the fair assumption as you start to see less usage on the system would be less investment in the system as well. But it does create, and I think that's why we talk about stranded assets, right? It does create the potential for those remaining assets to be a higher rate burden on the customers that are still in the system.
So I guess, we talked a little bit about the potential for growing load on the electric side. We talked a little bit about Steel for Fuel, which is, a clear business plan that reduces, costs and sort of win-win-win for the company, customers, and the environment. Is there anything like that on the natural gas side that you see? I mean, it seems like the primary tools are going to be beneficial electrification and DSM. So it's just, going to be a declining sales business. Would you say that any different?
I think that's a challenge, right? Is that in order to decrease emissions, it is necessarily going to be a declining business. So the more we create policy to incentivize those emissions reductions, we're likely to see those declines to the extent that it's beneficial electrification. Now, I think there's some other things that have been put forward and discussed in proceedings around hydrogen blending, and those things are a little more around the edges and maybe not as material as some of the electrification. But there's not a clear picture to analogize your electric side, right? Like there's not some clear pathway there that is gonna change this paradigm. That's gonna likely start to look like a higher burden for the customers left on the gas system if we start to see significant movement from gas to electric. At that point, I think we're going to have to start talking about different rate designs, where that burden should lie. Should some of that lie on the electric side? I think all of those things kind of come into play because you start to get to a point where you have to look at where you're going to recover those remaining costs from.
Should a prudent utility or regulator acting as a fiscal agent on behalf of current and future customers start to fairly aggressively manage down capital spending now, given, declining sales and the uncertainty about the future of this business? And, maybe 2023 is an anomaly, but it sure doesn't look like we're managing down capital spending.
I think that's the challenge, is that, and you should talk to Mr. Gardner about the investments that we make and continue to make, but we also have to be prudent around making safety investments and being sure that the customers that are using the system have safe and reliable service. And as I said, we are still receiving requests for new natural gas service. And we've seen through DSM that the use per customer has declined over time. But we're still seeing increases in number of customers, and the company continues to have an obligation to serve those customers. And there's nothing that's been put in place to take away the customer's choice to make that decision to use natural gas. So that's where all these incentive programs coming out of Clean Heat work, right, to try to incentivize customers to move towards electrification. But I think that's a challenge. Like from a cost perspective, your premise makes sense, but I'm not sure where you cut and still operate a safe, reliable business for the customers using it.
Don't we have to cut? I mean, I know you've got financial, the problem here is you got financial incentives to spend, which is sort of manifest by that, $19 billion. And it's just really tough to see how this is going to work in a declining sales business. So
I think the first places you start to see that reduction is new business and capacity, right? Which we've already talked about with the line extension changes are going to start to chip away at that new business. And then as fewer customers are coming onto the system over time, that'll also chip away at both of those categories. And certainly the company's exploring non-pipeline alternatives and things we're going to bring forward in the GIP and have already brought forward in other proceedings to avoid those capacity investments. So those are the areas I think we're really targeting right now to reduce the capital spend. And I expect to see that start to change. And the reality is like those numbers you're looking at are based on best information at the time, which is why you're seeing in one year to the next a significant increase. We may also see a significant decrease in those gas numbers from year to year as we move through some of these other proceedings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just struggling with this increase. And I guess the other thing I'd say about that 536 is it doesn't include shared corporate. Well, let me ask you this a question. Is it fair to say that that 536 doesn't include shared corporate services or information technology?
It does not. No, those are just the categories you see here.
And if I represented to you that I think Mr. Deitenberger said that was another $92 million in 2023, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, but again, those are things that we may have to rethink how those are allocated between gas and electric in the future if we start to see a shift in the two businesses.
Last question for you. If this commission wanted to manage down capital spending until there was a clearer plan forward, given declining sales and all the uncertainty, what are our choices to do that?
I think that's a discussion we should have in the gas infrastructure planning proceeding, right? That's where the investment's going to be brought forward in front of the commission and justified. And I think that's the appropriate venue to have that discussion.
Is regulatory lag one of the tools to do that?
It's certainly a tool. And I think, quite frankly, that's why the company brought the proposal we did. I mean, we brought a proposal for essentially a historic test year on year-end rate base, which does impose regulatory lag, as opposed to proposals we brought prior to this for FTYs and MYPs.
So on behalf of the company, I don't know if you can say this, but is it your plan to start managing down capital spending? Or is that a question for Mr. Gardner or for Mr. Johnson? I don't know.
I mean, I think the question is how all these things play together over time to result in that. I mean, the company plans to make the investments and only the investments necessary to offer safe and reliable service to our customers. And so I can't say that we would manage it down artificially when there's still a need to make investments to perform that for customers. But I think that many of the policies that have been put in place and will be put in place will result in a decrease in capital spending going forward.
Given the history and given your incentives apparent incentives to put stuff in rate base, can you see how that's a struggle for us?
I understand the struggle. I think from the company's perspective, all of the investment that we've just talked about on that investor deck are things that are required to serve customers based on what we're projecting that customer load to be. And it's a challenge. We are certainly in a growth cycle on the electric side. And with the electrification of many parts of our lives comes additional cost for the system to support that burden of load. As we've talked about here, I think we've got a lot of policies that will hopefully start to naturally bring down the capital spend on the gas side. But on the electric side, that's probably a whole nother conversation that's outside of the scope of what we're here to talk about.
I just wanted to have the conversation
Yeah.
to contrast it with what's going on the gas side. That's all I have you, Mr. Berman. Thank you. Ms. Brahma, redirect.
I do have quite a bit. It might be, I wanted to, before I dive in, I'm not sure I can contain it to 15 minutes. It's not going to be hours, but I'm just not sure of the commission's timing today and thought perhaps I would ask the question before I start, if we're continuing past 5 or what would be the preference?
I think we got a relatively hard stop at 5. I think I'd like to get it started, but if it's going to be inefficient and take longer, we can resume tomorrow morning. But
I think I can start. I think some of the questions that were just discussed with commissioners might be a good place for us to start, and then we can try to take a break right around 5 to move on to some of the other items, if that works.
Yep.
Mr. Berman, I think there may be an opportunity here in light of some of the questions you've been asked throughout the course of your testimony today, maybe bring a little bit of clarity into the record around the company's spending and how the commission might look at it going forward. So would it be okay if we brought up, please, hearing exhibit 1100, which was just discussed with the chair, and in particular, page 63. So this document is the most recent investor presentation as discussed with the chair. And Mr. Berman, do you recall discussing in particular the natural gas line as the one that's, what we're here to talk about today in particular? Yes.
Yes.
And I'd like to bear in mind for just a moment 2 things in relation to this slide. One is draw your attention to the total number over 5 years for natural gas of $2.220 million. Do you see that? Or $billion?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then I'd also like to draw your attention just for a moment to the renewables line that we see on the slide, and with a total of about $4.2 billion. Do you see that?
I do.
And does that line have anything in it relating to gas?
I assume not. I don't know for sure, but I don't believe it does.
Okay, let's go back to hearing exhibit 1101, if we could, which was the prior investor presentation. And I believe we looked at page 23. Maybe it wasn't page 23.
I can find that for you.
It may have been
69.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. So on this slide, you see the natural gas line here of totaling to 2590.
Yes.
And compared to the subsequent investor presentation total of about 2.2, would you agree that there's a difference there of about let's see, 15% reduction in a planned spend for natural gas as between the 2023 investor presentation and the 2024 investor presentation?
Yeah, that looks correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that this is expenditures and that the data in Mr. Gardner's testimony is additions. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
Okay. And maybe just taking that in terms of a quick hypothetical. If you have a project that you're implementing over several years, let's just say 3 years, and for the sake of this argument, let's just say you're spending about $1 million a year on a sizable project. How does the spend and versus the additions relate to that $100 million over a year for a total of $3 million?
Yeah, the expenditures, so like if we look at this chart, you would see $1 million in each of the years of expenditure, but then you'd see $3 million of additions in the year that it went in service.
And is that what you meant by the lumpiness? That you might be spending the same amount to hire the contractors and get the work started and so on year over year, but you won't see it in capital additions or in rates until the project is complete?
That's right. And that's where you could in theory see something like $500 million of additions in one year and $300 million in the next year, but you could have spent the same amount in each of those years. It just has to do with the in-service dates.
Okay. Now, you were also asked some questions about the overall increase, and particularly on the electric side here. And one thing I noted on this particular slide from 2023 is that it does not have the renewables line that we looked at on the slide presentation from 2024. Do you know why that might be?
I'm not 100% sure, other than we broke it out differently, or those are things that are coming out of a more recent resource plan.
Yeah, maybe I can ask my question a different way. I mean, maybe if you could just speak to how the recent approval of the clean energy plan and phase 2 of the ERP is affecting what you might be expecting to spend on the electric side of the business in 2024 on, win-win scenarios as compared to what you were expecting in 2023.
Yeah, I would guess that a chunk of that, there's probably some assumption in here, but probably a significant portion of that was not contemplated in this presentation until after it was approved.
Do you recall that the ERP phase 2 was approved in roughly January of this year?
Sounds correct.
Do you recall, and I'm putting you on the spot here, but do you recall roughly the size of the amount approved in that phase 2?
I suspect that Chair Blank might remember it better than I do. It was significant.
All right, it speaks for itself. We can go look it up, but I wanted to kind of point out that was something that had happened between then and now. One other question that I think maybe ties back to the discussion you had with Commissioner Plant as well as Chair Blank was the question about how might the commission weigh in on some of these proposed expenditures. And let's keep it primarily to gas for this particular discussion, just for the sake of simplicity. I believe you mentioned the gas infrastructure plan is one way that the commission will be able to look at forward and weigh in on future investments. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And Commissioner Plant also asked you about how FYPs or MYPs, future test years and multi-year plans might give the commission, or how that might factor into rate cases. Can you maybe speak to how that would also, or wouldn't, give the commission the opportunity to look at future investments?
Yeah, so maybe first, it just occurs to me also that on top of the gas infrastructure plans, we also have new CPCN rules on the gas business. And so you're likely, as we see larger projects, we're going to be filing CPCNs for those projects that we haven't filed in the past. So there's new opportunity to evaluate some of those things going forward. But as it relates to an MYP, certainly that's an opportunity if the company brings that forward to be looking at the forecasted investment over the period of time there, which would be a future period of time, and weigh in on what that should look like and how those plans should be structured.
So if we had, for example, this case was filed in early 2024, the test year is 2023. If the commission, or if the company had filed an FYP, we'd be looking at, I don't know what period, but 2024 or 2025 investments, something like that.
Yeah, likely if it mimicked what we've kind of done in the past, you'd probably be looking at 24, 25, and 26 in this case, in the 3-year MYP.
Okay, thank you. One of the other questions that came up, I think, was in relation to Mr. Gardner's testimony. This would be Exhibit 105, page 13. We could switch to that, please. Okay, thank you. So going back to the discussion we had a moment ago about spend versus capital additions, we see that the 2022 actual capital additions were about $465 million. my memory is that that roughly equates to what we're seeing in the 2024 investor presentation for spend for 2024. Is that your recollection, Mr. Berman?
You're saying the 22 additions versus the 24 spend in the presentation? Yeah, those are pretty close.
And is that, now we're talking spend versus, additions. So is that a bit of a coincidence? Do we know exactly what the relationship is there?
Well, so we're talking about 22 additions and 24 spend, right? So different years. Probably more of a coincidence that they're very close.
We'd need to look at spend for each of these years in order to have apples to apples.
I think the spend is the key because I believe that the spend is fairly consistent from year to year.
Okay. And is the company experiencing cost pressures outside of what you choose to build? How much it's costing the company to build and serve
Certainly,
customers?
yeah, certainly, especially in 22 and 23, right, as we've seen significant inflation with a lot of materials and other things that have pushed up some of those costs. Now it's easing a little bit now, but still significantly more than it has been historically.
Okay. And the other thing I'd like to just talk to you about briefly, and this might tie some slightly different pieces together. The 2023 number here, the 536.8 million of capital additions. Do you recall a discussion you had with commissioners about how that relates to some of the line extension and other changes that are happening right now in terms of customer costs and incentives to not install new gas facilities?
Yes.
And maybe it would help a little bit if we if we could take this down and pull up hearing exhibit 122, which is the supplemental direct testimony of Mr. Paquet, starting at page 10. So if we could scroll down to table JJP SD2. I thought this might be helpful to you, Mr. Berman, in relation to, or to help explain to us how the 2023 and 2024 investments, whether we're talking about spender additions, investor presentations, or otherwise, relate specifically to some of the more recent determinations on the line extension policy changes.
Yep, this is the table I was trying to remember when we walked through that. But yeah, I talked about the 28% offsite distribution credit going away, and that was effective November of 23, along with the 50% of the gas meters and the service lateral construction allowance being reduced, and then moving to 100% responsibility of the meter in June of 24, and then all of the construction allowances eliminated. So now, as we sit here today, any new application is going to be subject to all of these additional costs from the customer side.
And would the company have had the opportunity to build any assumptions around this into the 2023 investor presentation?
No, based on the timing of when this was implemented, it was still very fresh and would not have been into that presentation.
Does the company have data about the extent to which these changes will specifically incentivize customers to not choose natural gas service going forward?
No, I don't think we have anything that would suggest what we expect that to result in. We certainly will be providing, as I said, in the next gas infrastructure plan, how we anticipate these costs or these customer contributions coming in and offsetting costs, but too early to say, what that actually will mean for customers making a different choice.
And so if we could turn to page 14 of the same document. And Mr. Paquet can, speak to these more specifically, but did the company nonetheless try to identify the impacts, at least on a project basis, for some of the new line extension policy changes?
Yeah, I see here that we did try to put these assumptions in place and show like what it would be on a project basis.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Paquet is probably the right person, would you say, to just talk more about this if we need more detail?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to just, we talked about new business specifically here, and we're kind of at the end of time for today. But maybe if you could just help us a little bit to the questions about the companies. You made the comment in response to a question that the company only builds what it needs to build. And we've talked about that a little bit with respect to new business and the company's demands. How does the company manage that with respect to other categories? Like, and I'm talking very high level because we have other witnesses who will speak to the details of some of these, but with respect to, for example, safety, where there are PHMSA obligations, or capacity expansion, where there are reliability concerns. Could you just speak to how the company manages those costs and needs effectively for customers?
Yeah, on like the safety bucket in particular, right, where there's PHMSA guidelines over a long period of time of where the system needs to be, the company spreads those costs out over a longer period of time so that there's a pretty consistent amount of spend in each year related to those categories. And then on things like new business, it's really dependent on how many customers are requesting service in a particular year, what investments need to be made for meter replacements and other things for existing customers. So it's a little harder to forecast, and typically, the company looks at what we've done historically, but it can vary from year to year, which is quite frankly why you probably see in that investor presentation a pretty flat capital expenditure forecast. We may actually start to see that change as we get more data from year to year, as I suggested. Similarly to electric increasing, you may see gas decreasing.
And then lastly, Mr. Berman, for today, I'm unfortunately not done with my redirect, but is there a place in this record where the commission can go to see some fairly detailed and extensive discussion about the company's plans and programs to continue to evolve its investments in the gas system to meet future need, to address changes, customers' changes and carbon emission concerns?
Yeah, I think that the direct testimony of Mr. Martz is really where the company attempted to lay out kind of how we see all these planning proceedings playing together and what the future might look like. And that it's a pretty unique piece of testimony because it's not necessarily directly related to the ask in this case, but was really intended to help illustrate where the company thinks the gas business is going and how these planning proceedings work together.
Thank you. I think this might be a good place to pause, Mr. Chair, and we can pick up tomorrow if that works.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Before we break, any comments from council?
Yeah, Chairman, Michelle Singer Nelson. I don't know if you moved for admission hearing exhibit 1100 and 1000. And so I don't know if they're part of the record yet or not. So I was going to 1100 and 1101 are the two exhibit numbers.
Ms. Brahma, any concerns if we move those into evidence?
No concerns.
So moved.
Thank you. And then the one other issue is, I think for tomorrow, UCA would like to move 30 minutes from Mr. Matley to Ms. Gilliland.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Yeah, excuse me. Staff is going to waive their cross on company witness Moeller. So I just wanted the parties to be aware of that for timing tomorrow.
Perfect. Anything else before we adjourn? All right. See everybody tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thanks.
Thank you.